Yo, what's up everyone? It's Prime Fiction, and today we're checking out, what if Naruto was reborn as Klaus Mikaelson's equal and every original female swore loyalty to him alone? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Weight of 1,000 Years. The French Quarter smelled like death and old bourbon. Naruto noticed it the moment he crossed into the city limits, that peculiar stench of vampire territory marked and remarked over centuries. Layered. Possessive. He walked down Bourbon Street with his hands in the pockets of a dark jacket, golden hair catching the neon light from jazz bars and tourist traps, and he let the smell wash over him like greeting an old acquaintance. 3 vampires had been following him since Rampart Street. He let them. New Orleans hadn't changed much in the ways that mattered. The architecture still carried that French colonial arrogance, wrought iron balconies dripping with hanging plants, the Mississippi somewhere behind everything like a slow heartbeat. But the supernatural undercurrent, that had shifted. Marcel Gerard's territory, he'd heard. Klaus's protege turned rival turned king. The politics of vampires never failed to bore him. The 3 became 5 at the corner of St. Anne. Then 8 by the time he reached Jackson Square. Naruto stopped walking. The square was mostly empty at this hour. 2 a.m. on a Tuesday didn't draw crowds. A few drunk tourists stumbled near the cathedral, and a street musician was packing up his saxophone case. Naruto turned slowly, casually, like a man admiring the view. 8 vampires fanned out in a loose semicircle behind him. Young ones, maybe a century or 2 at most. Their movements were quick and predatory, but their formation was sloppy. Marcel's daywalkers, probably. The night shift. You boys going to introduce yourselves, Naruto said, or just keep breathing down my neck? The tallest one stepped forward. Dark-skinned, well-built, wearing a leather jacket that probably cost more than most people's rent. His eyes swept over Naruto with that particular vampire arrogance, sizing up prey. You're new in town, the vampire said. It wasn't a question. Marcel wants to know who walks into his city without permission. Ah. Naruto tilted his head. Marcel wants to know. That's what I said. And what does Marcel do when someone walks in without permission? The vampire smiled. All teeth. Depends on what they are. Witch? We have rules for witches. Vampire? Rules for those too. But you, he inhaled through his nose, and Naruto watched confusion flicker across his face. You don't smell like anything I recognize. No, Naruto agreed. I probably don't. So what are you? Naruto smiled. It was a warm smile, genuinely warm, and that seemed to unsettle the vampires more than hostility would have. Tell Marcel that Naruto is in town. Tell him I'm here to see Klaus. And tell him, he paused, looking at each vampire in turn, his blue eyes catching the lamplight in a way that seemed almost luminous. That if anyone tries to stop me, I'll be gentle about it. First time only. The tall vampire's jaw tightened. Nobody sees Klaus without going through Marcel first. Is that right? That's. Naruto moved. One moment he was standing 10 feet away. The next, he was directly in front of the tall vampire, close enough that their chests nearly touched. He hadn't blurred, vampires blurred. He'd simply been in one place and then wasn't, like the space between had never existed. The vampire stumbled backward, and the other 7 surged forward on instinct, fangs dropping, eyes darkening with veins. Naruto raised one hand, palm open, fingers spread. The air changed. It was like the pressure before a thunderstorm condensed into a single breath, a weight that pressed down on the vampires and froze them mid-step. Not magic in any way they understood. Not a witch's spell with its Latin incantations and symbolic gestures. This was something more fundamental. The air itself refused to let them move. The ground beneath their feet hardened like concrete setting around their ankles. The wind died. Sound dimmed. And in the center of it all, Naruto stood with his hand raised and his expression perfectly, almost maddeningly relaxed. "I said I'd be gentle," he told the tall vampire, who was straining against invisible force with every muscle in his body and moving absolutely nowhere. "This is gentle. You can still breathe. You can still think. All your limbs are attached." He leaned in slightly. "Appreciate it." He held them there for 3 seconds. Then he dropped his hand and everything released at once. The air rushed back, gravity returned to normal, and 8 vampires staggered forward like puppets with cut strings. Naruto was already walking away. "Give Marcel my message," he called over his shoulder. The abattoir was exactly where he remembered it. Naruto had been here in the 1800s, back when Klaus and his siblings first built their empire in this city. The courtyard was different now, modernized, cleaned up, turned into something almost gallery-like with its open spaces and expensive furniture. But the bones were the same. The structure. The intent. A fortress dressed up as a home. He didn't bother with the door. He walked through the main entrance like he owned the building, past 2 more vampires who barely had time to register his presence before he was through the courtyard and up the stairs. His senses stretched out ahead of him, an old habit from a life before this one, and he mapped the building in moments. Vampires on the ground floor, 5 of them. A witch somewhere in the east wing, her magical signature a tight, controlled burn. And upstairs, there. That familiar, complicated, dangerous presence. Naruto pushed open the door to what appeared to be a study. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, oil paintings that he recognized as Klaus's work, a crystal decanter of whiskey on a mahogany desk. And Klaus Mikaelson himself, standing at the window with a glass in hand, already turned toward the door as if he'd sensed Naruto's approach. 1,000 years. 1,000 years since they'd stood in the same room, and the bastard still looked exactly the same. Dirty blonde curls, sharp jaw, those pale blue eyes that could shift from charming to murderous between heartbeats. He was wearing a dark Henley and jeans, casual for Klaus, and his expression was utterly unreadable. They stared at each other for a long moment. "Naruto." Klaus said his name like he was testing whether it still fit in his mouth. Like a word in a language he hadn't spoken in decades. "Klaus." Naruto let the door swing closed behind him. He didn't sit. Neither did Klaus. "You look old." Klaus's mouth twitched. "We don't age. I meant the paintings. You're getting maudlin in your old age. That one," he pointed to a canvas on the far wall depicting a storm over water, "is downright melancholy. It's the North Sea. It's self-pity on canvas." Another silence. Charged. The air between them practically hummed with potential energy, 2 forces of nature recognizing each other after an absence long enough to make most immortals forget. Then Klaus set his glass down with a deliberate clink and crossed his arms. "What are you doing in my city?" "Your city?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Last I heard, Marcel was the king of New Orleans. Marcel is a child playing with toys I gave him. And yet you're upstairs in his building, drinking his whiskey, looking at your sad ocean painting instead of sitting on the throne." Klaus's eyes flashed gold for just a moment, the wolf in him, always so close to the surface. "You didn't answer my question." Naruto walked to the desk, picked up the decanter, and poured himself a drink without asking. He took a sip, let the burn settle, and met Klaus's gaze directly. "I'm here because something is coming. Something old. Older than you, older than your mother's magic, older than the other side ever was. I felt it stir 6 months ago from halfway across the world. And the epicenter," he pointed down at the floor, "is right here. This city. This ground." Klaus uncrossed his arms. The irritation in his expression shifted subtly toward something sharper. And what, precisely, is this something? I don't know yet. That's why I'm here. You came to New Orleans because of a feeling. I came to New Orleans because the last time I ignored a feeling like this, Constantinople burned. Naruto took another drink. And because your sister asked me to. Something changed in Klaus's posture. A tightening. A coiling. Rebekah contacted you. It wasn't a question, and there was something dangerous beneath the words, that possessiveness Klaus wore like armor, that need to control everyone in his orbit, especially his family. She did, Naruto said simply. 3 weeks ago. Said things were complicated here. Said you needed help but wouldn't ask for it. Said, I don't need help. Klaus's voice had dropped to that quiet register that usually preceded violence. Certainly not yours. I know. Naruto set his glass down and smiled at Klaus with genuine warmth, the kind that always seemed to throw the original hybrid off balance. But I'm here anyway. Because that's what I do. Klaus stared at him. A muscle worked in his jaw. Then he turned back to the window. You can't stay here. I'll find my own place. I'm not asking for a room, Klaus. That's not what Klaus stopped. Started again, and his voice had shifted from sharp to something almost conversational, which meant he was calculating. Marcel's people will have reported you by now. He'll come asking questions. He doesn't know what you are. Nobody does. That's never been a problem. It is in this city. Marcel controls the witches. He monitors the vampires. Every supernatural creature in New Orleans falls under his jurisdiction. Something he can't categorize, can't control. Klaus turned back, and there was something almost like concern buried under layers of self-interest in his expression. He will see you as a threat. Then he'll learn the same lesson everyone learns eventually. Which is? Naruto finished his whiskey and set the glass beside the decanter with a definitive click. That I'm not a threat to anyone who doesn't make themselves my enemy. But for those who do, he shrugged. Ask Michael how that goes. Klaus went very still. The mention of his father, the vampire who hunted vampires, who had pursued the Mikaelson family for a millennium, always hit like a physical blow. But this wasn't cruelty. This was history. Naruto had fought Michael twice over the centuries, and both times, the great hunter had been the one to retreat. He's dead, Klaus said flatly. I killed him. Did you? Naruto's voice was neutral. Then, good. Another silence, but this one was easier. Some of the tension bled from the room. Klaus picked up his glass again and took a long drink. Rebekah will be insufferably pleased you're here. Most people are. Klaus snorted. Your arrogance hasn't diminished. Speak for yourself, Mr. My City. She found him 3 hours later. Naruto had rented a loft in the warehouse district, paid cash, signed no paperwork, charmed the landlord with a smile and a handshake that left the man feeling inexplicably trusting. The space was open and high-ceilinged, industrial brick and tall windows, mostly empty except for a mattress he'd thrown in the corner and a duffel bag with his minimal possessions. He was standing on the rooftop, watching the city breathe in the pre-dawn light, when he felt her approaching. Her presence was distinctive, that original vampire signature threaded with something warmer than her brothers carried. A yearning she'd never learned to hide. Rebekah Mikaelson appeared at the roof's edge like she'd simply stepped out of the wind. Blonde hair, fierce eyes, a leather jacket over a dress that probably cost a fortune. She stopped 10 feet away and just looked at him. Hello, Becca. She crossed the distance in 3 quick strides, vampire speed, no pretense, and threw her arms around him. The impact would have knocked a human off the roof. Naruto absorbed it without moving, wrapping his arms around her in return, and for a moment the 1,000-year-old original vampire held onto him like an anchor. You absolute bastard, she said into his shoulder. 90 years. 90 years without a word. I was in Tibet. For 90 years. It's a big place. She pulled back and hit him in the chest, hard enough to crack concrete. He didn't flinch. I thought you might be dead. I don't die, Becca. You know that. Everyone can die. Her eyes were bright, and whether it was anger or relief or both was impossible to parse. Even you. Even us. We've proven that enough times. Naruto reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture so casual and intimate that Rebekah went still. I'm sorry, he said. I shouldn't have been gone so long. I felt, he paused, searching for the right word. Removed. From everything. It happens sometimes, when you've lived as long as we have. The world gets distant. Quiet. I needed to remember why it mattered. And did you? Remember? He smiled at her. I'm here, aren't I? She punched him again, lighter this time. Don't go poetic on me. I called you because this city is a powder keg and my brother is the match. He and Marcel are circling each other like wolves, the witches are plotting something, Elijah is playing both sides as always, and there's something, she stopped. Frowned. Something underneath it all. In the ground. In the air. I can feel it, Naruto. I've felt it for months. I know. I feel it too. What is it? I don't know yet. He turned back to the city view. The sky was shifting from black to deep blue, the first suggestion of dawn. But it's old. Older than your mother's original spell. Maybe older than me. Rebekah came to stand beside him, shoulder to shoulder. Klaus knows you're here. Had a drink with him an hour ago. And he's exactly the same. Threatened me politely, insulted my motives, then offered me alcohol. The Klaus Mikaelson experience. Rebekah laughed, short and sharp. He'll come around. He always does with you. You're the only one he can't what? She looked at him sideways. Can't diminish. Can't make feel small. Can't outmaneuver or overpower or manipulate. It drives him absolutely mad, and it's the only reason he respects you. Naruto considered this. It was true, as far as it went. His relationship with Klaus had always been defined by that fundamental parity, two beings of immense power who could neither destroy nor dominate the other. In 1,000 years, their conflicts had always ended in stalemate or grudging cooperation. Klaus hated it. Naruto found it almost comforting. An immortal needed peers or he went insane. There's something I need to tell you, Rebekah said, and her voice shifted. Serious in a way that made Naruto look at her directly. About why I really called you here. I'm listening. My sister. Freya. She's alive. Naruto blinked. That was unexpected. In 1,000 years of knowing the Mikaelsons, Freya had always been the ghost. The dead firstborn. The sister lost to plague before the family was turned. Explain. She wasn't dead. She was taken. By our aunt, Dalia. Taken as payment for a spell that gave our mother fertility. Dalia has kept her alive, kept her imprisoned, for over 1,000 years. Using her power. Rebekah's hands were clenched at her sides. Freya escaped. She's here, in New Orleans. And Dalia is coming for her. The temperature on the rooftop dropped 3 degrees. Not metaphorically, literally. The air around Naruto cooled as something in him responded to the information. An aunt who imprisoned her own niece for a millennium. Who used a child's power as fuel. Who was coming here? When? Naruto asked. Weeks. Maybe days. Freya says she can feel her getting closer. And this Dalia, what is she? A witch. The most powerful witch who ever lived, according to Freya. She's found a way to make herself immortal. She sleeps for a century, wakes for a year, draws power from firstborn Mikaelson witches. Rebekah swallowed. She's what happens when power has no conscience. Naruto nodded slowly. And Klaus? What's his plan? Klaus doesn't have a plan. Klaus has a daughter now, Hope. A baby. And Hope is a firstborn Mikaelson with witch power. Which means, Dalia will come for her too. Yes. Naruto was quiet for a moment. The dawn was breaking in earnest now, gold and pink spilling over the rooftops, painting the Mississippi in fire. He thought about old wars. About protecting children. About a life before this one where he'd been an orphan himself, where he'd known what it meant to be hunted for power you never asked for. I'll handle it, he said. Rebekah turned to him. You don't even know what she's capable of, doesn't matter. His voice was quiet and absolute. She enslaved your sister. She's coming for a child. I'll handle it. Rebekah stared at him, studied him with eyes that had watched civilizations rise and fall. Then something in her expression softened. Settled. Like a key turning in a lock. Do you remember, she said slowly, what I swore to you? In the old country. Before we were turned. I remember. I swore that if you kept your word, if you stayed who you were, if you never became what my brothers became, I would stand with you. Always. Over blood. Over family. Over everything. She turned to face him fully, and her voice carried the weight of 10 centuries. You kept your word, Naruto. In 1,000 years, you never became a monster. You never took what wasn't given. You never made me feel like a possession. Becca, I'm reaffirming it. Here. Now. She held his gaze with an intensity that could have bent steel. My loyalty is to you. Not to Klaus. Not to Elijah. Not to the Mikaelson name. To you. Whatever's coming, whatever ancient thing is stirring under this city, whatever my aunt brings to our door, I stand with you. Naruto looked at her for a long time. The sunrise lit her hair like a crown. You know what Klaus will say. Klaus can go straight to hell. He's daggered me and put me in a box for decades at a time. He's killed my lovers, controlled my movements, treated me like property. She stepped closer, and her voice dropped. You asked me once what I wanted. Do you remember? I remember. Nobody else has ever asked me that. Not once. Not in 1,000 years. He took her hand. A simple gesture, his fingers closing around hers. But on that rooftop, with the new sun blazing and the city of New Orleans stretching out beneath them, it felt like something being sealed. Something irrevocable. Then you stand with me, Naruto said. And I stand with you. Same as always. The news of Naruto's arrival moved through New Orleans like a current through water. By noon, Marcel Gerard knew 3 things. Something had entered his city that wasn't vampire, witch, or werewolf. It had immobilized 8 of his daywalkers without breaking a sweat, and it was connected to the Mikaelsons. He did not take this well. Naruto felt the summons coming before it arrived, a young vampire appearing at his loft door, nervous, delivering an invitation to Marcel's court at the abattoir. Polite in phrasing. Mandatory in intent. He went. Not because he was summoned, but because he was curious about the man who'd built a kingdom on Klaus Mikaelson's ruins. The abattoir's courtyard had been transformed into something like a throne room by the time Naruto walked in. Not literally, there was no throne, but the intent was the same. Marcel stood at the center of the open space, surrounded by his inner circle. 24 vampires lined the balconies above. A show of force. Marcel Gerard himself was impressive, Naruto had to admit. Tall, handsome, radiating charisma like heat from a furnace. He'd built all this from nothing, a former slave turned into a vampire by Klaus, who'd then turned around and built his own empire. There was something almost admirable about it. Almost. So, Marcel said as Naruto crossed the courtyard with unhurried steps. You're the one my guys couldn't hold last night. They didn't try to hold me. They tried to threaten me. There's a difference. Marcel smiled, wide, bright, practiced. Fair enough. Look, I don't know you. My guys don't know you. And in this city, unknown means dangerous. So let's get acquainted. He spread his hands. What are you? Naruto stopped walking about 10 feet from Marcel. He could feel every vampire in the building tensed and ready, muscles coiled, fangs just beneath the surface. 100 years of vampires, maybe more. All loyal to their king. All focused on him. He let them focus. My name is Naruto. I'm very old. I'm not a vampire, not a witch, not a werewolf. I'm something else. Something else, Marcel repeated. That's not helpful. It's what I've got. I'm not here to challenge your authority, Marcel. I'm not here to start a war. I'm here because something bad is coming to this city and I'd rather be here when it arrives than chase it across the globe. Marcel's smile didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. Something bad. Care to elaborate? Not yet. When I know more, I'll share. You have my word on that. Your word. Marcel took a step closer. See, that's the problem. I don't know you. Your word means nothing to me. And in my city, you don't get to just exist without my say-so. He tilted his head. I need assurances. Rules. Cooperation. You need control. Marcel's smile finally flickered. I need order. I can't give you control over me, Marcel. No one can. It's not arrogance, it's just fact. Naruto said it gently, like delivering bad news to a friend. But I can give you respect. I can give you honesty. And I can give you a promise, I will not move against you or yours unless moved against first. Marcel studied him for a long moment. The courtyard was dead silent, 24 vampires barely breathing. And if I decide that's not enough? Naruto sighed. Then you'll make a mistake. And I'll feel bad about it. But you'll still have made it. One of Marcel's inner circle, a broad-shouldered vampire Naruto pegged as a lieutenant, shifted forward aggressively. You're threatening our king? In his own house? I'm not threatening anyone. Naruto looked at the lieutenant with patient blue eyes. I'm explaining the situation. There's a difference between a threat and a weather report. I don't threaten rain. I just tell you it's coming. Marcel held up a hand, stopping his lieutenant mid-surge. His expression had gone thoughtful. Calculating. Klaus know you're here. We had drinks last night. And he didn't warn me. Klaus doesn't strike me as the warning type. Marcel laughed at that, genuine, unexpected. No. No, he's not. He rubbed his jaw, visibly recalculating. All right. Here's the deal. You get a pass. Temporary. You stay out of my business, you don't recruit, you don't start fights, you don't mess with the quarter's balance. And if this something bad you mentioned shows up, you share intel. First thing. Before you go lone wolf. Naruto extended his hand. Deal. Marcel looked at it for a moment. Then he clasped it firmly. His grip was iron, original bloodline strength flowing through him as a vampire made by Klaus himself. Naruto matched it exactly. Marcel's eyes widened fractionally at the resistance. Hell of a handshake, Marcel said. I work out. The afternoon found Naruto in the cauldron, the witching quarter of the French Quarter. He walked among the herb shops and tourist voodoo stores, feeling the ley lines beneath the pavement like veins beneath skin. New Orleans sat on a nexus of natural energy, one of the reasons it had always attracted the supernatural like moths to a bonfire. He'd felt it the first time he'd set foot here in 1820. He felt it now. But there was something wrong with it. The ley lines were agitated. Pulsing irregularly, like an arrhythmic heartbeat. Something beneath the surface was disturbing them, pressing against the natural order of the city's magic like a fist pressing against a membrane. He knelt in an alley between two shops, pressing his palm flat against the cobblestones. Closed his eyes. Extended his senses downward. The earth spoke to him, it always had, since this second life began. Not in words, but in feelings. Impressions. Vibrations. What he felt made his eyes snap open. Old. Incredibly old. Something buried deep beneath the city, deep beneath the earth, older than the city, older than the people who'd lived here before the city. Something that had been sleeping for millennia and was now, not waking. Not yet. But dreaming. Turning over in its sleep. Growing restless. And hungry. Naruto pulled his hand back and stood up. His jaw was tight. That bad? He turned. Elijah Mikaelson stood at the mouth of the alley, immaculate in a three-piece suit as always, every hair in place, posture perfect, looking like he'd just stepped out of a board meeting rather than a supernatural investigation. The eldest present Mikaelson brother. The noble one. The one who kept his monster on a shorter leash than Klaus but was no less dangerous for it. Elijah. Naruto dusted off his hands. Eavesdropping? Observing. You pressed your hand to the ground and your expression suggested you'd felt something deeply unpleasant. Elijah stepped into the alley, hands in his pockets, a practiced casualness that meant he was on edge. Klaus tells me you're here about a disturbance. Klaus talked to you already? It's been 12 hours. My brother and I have our disagreements, but we share information when it concerns potential threats. Usually. Elijah's dark eyes studied Naruto with that particular intensity he'd always had, like he was reading a contract and looking for the fine print. It has been a very long time. 1927, I think. Chicago. 1932, Casablanca. Right. You were wearing that white suit. It was appropriate for the climate. Naruto smiled. His relationship with Elijah was different from his bond with Klaus, less combustible, more measured. Elijah respected him. Genuinely. But there was always a wariness there. Elijah was the keeper of the Mikaelson family, the one who held them together, and anything that pulled a family member's loyalty away from the unit was a threat in his eyes. And Naruto pulled. He'd always pulled. Walk with me, Naruto said, moving past Elijah out of the alley. Elijah fell into step beside him, their strides matching naturally. Two old immortals walking through a city of mortals. What did you feel? Elijah asked. In the ground. Something ancient. Imprisoned. Dreaming. Naruto glanced sideways at him. You feel it too? The wrongness? I feel something. Klaus attributes it to paranoia. Marcel's witches claim the ancestors are merely restless. But yes, there is something beneath New Orleans that shouldn't be there. How long? The disturbance began approximately 9 months ago. Around the time, Elijah paused. Around the time hope was born, Naruto finished. Elijah's silence confirmed it. A firstborn Mikaelson witch, Naruto said. Born on a nexus of ley line energy. And now Dalia is coming too. Elijah stopped walking. You know about Dalia. Rebekah told me. Something flickered across Elijah's face, surprise, a flash of something that might have been hurt. Rebekah contacted you. Before speaking to me. Don't take it personally. I'm not. He was. But you should know, the matter of Dalia is a family affair. Freya has provided us with information, Klaus is formulating a strategy, Klaus is paranoid about Freya's motives and you know it. Naruto turned to face Elijah directly. He doesn't trust her because she appeared out of nowhere claiming to be family. He's already scheming ways to use her as bait or a weapon rather than protecting her. Elijah's jaw tightened because it was true. I'm not here to take over, Naruto continued. I'm not here to undermine your family. I'm here because Rebekah asked, because something is wrong with this city, and because there's an immortal witch coming to claim a child. If Klaus has a plan that works, great. I'll support it. But if his plan involves sacrificing people I care about, it won't. Elijah. Naruto's voice was gentle but unyielding. Don't promise me things you can't control. We both know what Klaus does when he's cornered. The two of them stood on the sidewalk, pedestrians flowing around them like water around stones. Two ancient beings having a conversation about family and power and the lengths people go to for both. Finally, Elijah nodded, a small, tight motion. Come to the compound tonight. Freya will be there. She's been eager to understand the disturbance in the ley lines as well. Perhaps your particular abilities can provide clarity where her magic has found only interference. I'll be there. And Naruto, Elijah's voice caught him as he turned away. My sister's loyalty to you. I'm aware of it. I've been aware of it for centuries. Naruto waited. I don't oppose it, Elijah said carefully. But Klaus will. You know this. Klaus opposes everything he can't control. It's never stopped me before. No, Elijah agreed quietly. I don't suppose it has. Night fell over New Orleans like a curtain dropping. Naruto spent the remaining daylight hours exploring the city, refamiliarizing himself with its geography, its energy, its supernatural topology. He walked through the garden district and felt the old witch magic buried in the soil of Lafayette Cemetery. He crossed into the bayou and felt werewolf territory markers, feral and territorial. He stood on the banks of the Mississippi and let the water's ancient flow clear his mind. He thought about his first life. It came to him sometimes, memories from before. Not always clear, not always linear, but present. The village hidden in leaves. The demon sealed inside him. The friends he'd fought for, bled for, died for. The old man on the mountain who'd given him everything. The war that nearly ended the world. The peace he'd built afterward. He'd lived a full life then. Grown old. Seen his children grow. Watched his friends pass. And when his own time came, when the fox's chakra finally burned through the last of his mortal frame, he'd closed his eyes expecting nothing. And opened them in a field outside a Viking settlement in the 10th century, screaming, newborn, burning with power that had no name in this world. It had taken him years to understand what he was. Decades to control it. Centuries to master it. In this world, there was no chakra system, no tailed beasts, no shinobi techniques as he'd known them. But the energy was the same at its root, natural energy, life force, the fundamental power of existence. It responded to him as it always had. He could shape it, project it, use it to enhance his body beyond any vampire or werewolf. He couldn't die. He'd tried to figure that out in the early centuries, tested it, pushed the limits. Nothing took. Not fire, not drowning, not dismemberment. His body regenerated from anything. The energy that composed him simply refused to stop existing. He'd met the Mikaelsons when they were still human. A family of Viking settlers in the New World, Michael and Esther and their children. He'd been drawn to them by Esther's magic, which resonated with the natural energy he carried. He'd been young-looking then, chosen to stop aging around 20, same as he looked now, and they'd taken him for a strange wanderer. He remembered Rebekah as a girl, fierce even then, wild-haired and bright-eyed, trailing after her brothers but never behind them. He remembered Klaus as a young man, desperate for his father's approval, artistic, sensitive, already showing the cracks that would later become chasms. He remembered the night everything changed. Esther's spell. The white oak tree. The blood. He remembered what the Mikaelsons became. And he remembered choosing to stay anyway. The compound was lit up when he arrived, warm light spilling from windows into the courtyard, voices echoing off stone walls. Naruto walked in through the main gate and found a gathering in progress. Klaus at the center, naturally, with a drink in hand and that restless energy he carried like a weapon. Elijah nearby, composed as ever. Rebekah on a couch with her legs crossed, meeting Naruto's eyes the moment he entered and giving him a small nod. And someone new. The woman standing near the fireplace was tall, dark-haired, with a severe beauty that reminded Naruto of warriors. Her eyes, green and ancient, locked onto him immediately, and he felt her magic flare in response to his presence. Like calling to like. She was powerful, genuinely, staggeringly powerful, and her magical signature carried that same Mikaelson resonance he'd first felt with Esther a millennium ago. Freya. She stared at him with open intensity. "You're the one," she said, without preamble or introduction. "The anomaly in the ley lines. The one the earth responds to." Naruto. He crossed the room toward her, extending his hand. "And you're Freya. The lost sister." She didn't take his hand. Instead she reached out and pressed her palm against his chest, directly over his heart. Bold. Her fingers spread, and he felt her magic push against him like a wave testing a seawall. It broke against him harmlessly. Freya's eyes went wide. "What are you?" she whispered. "You're not, this isn't magic. This isn't anything I've." She pulled her hand back like she'd been burned, staring at her own palm. "That energy. It's primordial. It's older than the earth." "Not quite that old," Naruto said mildly. "Freya," Elijah cautioned from across the room. "No, you don't understand." Freya turned to her siblings, gesturing at Naruto with urgent energy. "I've spent 1,000 years studying magic. Every discipline. Every tradition. I've touched ley lines, ancestral magic, sacrificial magic, representational magic. What he carries," she pointed at Naruto without looking at him, "predates all of it. It's the thing magic comes from. The source." Klaus set his glass down. His expression had gone very still. "The source," he repeated. "He's a living conduit to the fundamental energy of existence," Freya said. "Not a witch. Witches channel external power. He is the power." She finally turned back to Naruto, and her expression was a mix of awe and hunger, not predatory hunger, but the hunger of a scholar who just discovered a lost language. "How is this possible?" "Long story," Naruto said. "I have time." "You really don't." He turned to address the room, letting his gaze sweep across all four Mikaelsons. "Rebekah told me about Dalia. And I felt what's underneath this city today. We have two problems, not one, and I think they might be connected." Klaus pushed off the wall where he'd been leaning. "Connected how?" "Dalia sleeps for a century and wakes for a year, drawing power from firstborn Mikaelson witches. That's parasitic magic. She feeds on a specific bloodline's energy." Naruto moved to the center of the room, commanding the space without effort. The thing beneath New Orleans stirred 9 months ago, when hope was born. A firstborn Mikaelson witch, born on top of one of the most powerful ley line nexuses in the Western Hemisphere. He looked at Klaus directly. "Your daughter didn't just attract Dalia's attention. She woke something up. Something that feeds on the same type of energy Dalia does. And now they're both coming here, for the same prize." Silence. Then Klaus was across the room in a blur of movement, his hand closing around Naruto's jacket collar, face inches away, hybrid yellow flooding his irises. My daughter, Klaus snarled, is not a prize. Naruto didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't so much as blink. He met Klaus's golden eyes with steady blue and let 2 seconds pass. 3. No, Naruto agreed calmly. She's not. That's why I'm here. Klaus's grip tightened. His fangs had descended, both sets, vampire and wolf. The veins around his eyes pulsed black. Every vampire instinct, every protective paternal rage, was focused directly at Naruto's throat. Naruto reached up slowly and placed his hand over Klaus's, the one gripping his collar. And he pushed. Gently. But with a force that Klaus, for all his original hybrid strength, could not resist. His hand was peeled away from Naruto's jacket like a child's grip from a railing. I'm not your enemy, Naruto said quietly. I've never been your enemy. In 1,000 years, I have never moved against your family. Your sister trusts me. Your brother respects me. And I am telling you now, I will protect your daughter with everything I am. Not because of an oath. Not because of politics. Because that's who I am. Klaus's chest was heaving. His fangs slowly retracted. The gold faded from his eyes, leaving them pale and wild and, for just a moment, frightened. The fear of a father. The most human thing Naruto had ever seen from him. If you fail, Klaus said. If Dalia takes her, she won't. If she does, she won't. Naruto held his gaze without wavering. I've fought things older than Dalia. I've fought things that would make her look like a village hedge witch. I am telling you, your daughter is safe with me. Klaus stared at him for a long, burning moment. Then he stepped back. Straightened his Henley. Picked up his glass and drained it in one long swallow. Well then, he said, and his voice was nearly normal, that carefully constructed ease he wore like a mask. I suppose we'd better make a plan. From her place by the fire, Freya was still staring at Naruto with that mixture of wonder and scholarly intensity. On the couch, Rebekah was watching him with something softer, something that looked like vindication. Like she'd been waiting for this. For them all to see what she'd seen 1,000 years ago. Elijah moved to the center of the room, ever the moderator. If what you're saying is correct, that there are 2 threats converging on Hope simultaneously, then we need intelligence. On Dalia's movements and on whatever lies beneath the city. Agreed. Naruto nodded. Freya, your magic can track Dalia? Freya straightened, seeming to come back to herself. I can sense her approach. She's still distant, weeks away, as I said. But getting closer. Good. Track her. I'll work on what's underground. He looked at Klaus. And you, keep doing what you're doing. Let Marcel think everything's normal. If he realizes there's something ancient buried under his city, he'll panic, and panicking vampires make everything worse. Klaus raised an eyebrow. You're giving me orders now? Suggestions. Strongly worded suggestions. The ghost of something that might have been a smile crossed Klaus's face. I'll take it under advisement. Naruto turned to leave, but Freya's voice stopped him. Wait. I want to understand what you are. Properly. If we're going to work together, I need to know the extent of your abilities. What you can do. What you can't. Naruto looked at her over his shoulder. Tomorrow. Come to my loft. I'll show you. Her eyes lit up like he'd offered her a library. Early. Noon. I like to sleep in. He headed for the courtyard exit, and Rebekah fell into step beside him, casual, natural, like they'd been walking together for centuries. Which, in a way, they had. That went better than I expected, she said once they were outside. Klaus only grabbed me once. I call that progress. He's terrified. About hope. About Dalia. He won't admit it, but he's never been this scared in his life. Rebekah's voice softened. Having a child changed him. Not enough. Not in the ways that matter most. But enough that he'll accept help if he believes the threat is real. It is real. I know. She stopped at the gate, and Naruto stopped with her. The street beyond was alive with nightlife, music and laughter and the eternal buzz of Bourbon Street. That thing underground. The one you felt. How bad? Naruto thought about the impression he'd gotten. That sense of dreaming hunger. That ancient, patient awareness stirring in its sleep. Bad enough that I'm glad I'm here. Rebekah nodded slowly. Then she straightened, tossing her hair back with that particular Rebekah gesture that said she'd made a decision. I'll start reaching out to old contacts. Vampires who owe me favors. If Dalia's moving, she'll need resources, allies, places to channel. I can map her likely approach. Good. And Naruto, she caught his wrist. Her grip was strong, original strong, but gentle. Thank you. For coming. You asked. I asked 90 years ago too. You didn't come then. He looked at her hand on his wrist. At the bracelet she wore, thin gold, ancient, a piece he'd given her in Constantinople before it fell. She still wore it. After all this time. I know, he said. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just stay. He covered her hand with his. I'll stay. She released him and vanished into the night, vampire speed carrying her away between one blink and the next. Naruto stood at the gate of the abattoir for a moment longer, feeling the city pulse around him. Feeling the thing beneath it pulse in counterpoint. 2 threats. 1 child to protect. A family of dysfunctional immortals to wrangle. And something stirring in the depths that made his old instincts from a life spent fighting demons and gods and the end of the world, stand at full attention. He'd been bored for decades. Centuries, maybe. He wasn't bored anymore. Naruto walked into the New Orleans night, and the city seemed to lean toward him as he went, street lights flickering brighter as he passed, the breeze curling around his shoulders like a greeting. The natural world recognizing one of its own. The fundamental energy of existence flowing through him and around him and outward into the dark. Whatever was coming, Dalia, the thing underground, the politics of vampires and witches and wolves, he'd face it the way he'd faced everything in 2 lifetimes. Head on. No retreat. No fear. And this time, he wouldn't be alone. 3 blocks from his loft, Naruto stopped. Tilted his head. Someone was watching him. Not the vampires, their surveillance was obvious and clumsy. This was different. Subtle. A pair of eyes from somewhere elevated, carrying a magical signature he didn't recognize. Not Mikaelson. Not Marcel's witches. Something else. He turned slowly, scanning the rooftops. Nothing visible. But the signature was there, faint, careful, deliberately suppressed. Professional. Whoever was watching him knew how to hide from supernatural senses. Almost. Naruto raised his hand in a casual wave toward the general direction of the presence. Nice night, he said conversationally to the empty air. The signature vanished. Pulled back. Gone. Naruto lowered his hand and resumed walking. His expression was thoughtful now. Players he didn't know about. Variables unaccounted for. Good. He'd always preferred the game when all the pieces weren't visible yet. By the time he reached his loft, climbed the stairs, and dropped onto his mattress, the city was deep into its 3 a.m. revelry, music thumping from clubs, voices raised in celebration and argument, the eternal heartbeat of New Orleans refusing to slow down for anything. Naruto lay on his back and pressed one hand flat against the floor. Through the concrete, through the foundations, through the soil and stone and deep earth, he felt it. That dreaming hunger. That ancient patience. It felt him back. A pulse. Faint. Questioning. Who are you? Naruto pulled his hand away. Stared at the ceiling. Good question, he muttered. Then he closed his eyes and slept, and beneath the city, something ancient turned over in its dreams and smiled. Chapter 2, What Devotion Looks Like. Freya Mikaelson arrived at his loft at 11:47 a.m. Naruto knew this because he was still in bed, one arm thrown over his eyes, when he felt her magical signature cross the threshold of the building downstairs. She was early. He'd said noon. 13 minutes mattered when you'd been alive for 1,000 years, it meant she couldn't wait. He was dressed and had coffee brewing by the time she knocked. You're early, he said, opening the door. You're awake, she countered, stepping past him without waiting for an invitation. Her eyes swept the loft, the bare brick walls, the minimal furniture, the duffel bag that constituted his worldly possessions. You travel light. I've learned that things weigh you down. Spoken like someone who's lost things. She turned to face him, and in the daylight streaming through the tall warehouse windows, he could see the family resemblance more clearly. She had Esther's bone structure. Rebekah's intensity. Something of Elijah in the way she held herself, contained, deliberate. But her eyes were entirely her own, green and deep and ravenous for understanding. She was holding a leather satchel, which she set on his kitchen counter and began unpacking. Crystals. Herbs. A brass compass that hummed with enchantment. Candles. What's all that for? Naruto asked, pouring 2 cups of coffee. Testing. She arranged the items with practiced efficiency. You said you'd show me what you are. I intend to document it. Properly. I said I'd show you. I didn't say I'd be your lab rat. Her hands stilled. She looked up at him, assessing whether she'd overstepped. I didn't mean, relax. He handed her a coffee mug. I'm messing with you. Freya took the mug. Sipped. Her expression shifted minutely, surprise at the quality, probably. He'd always made good coffee. Some skills transcended lifetimes. How much did Rebekah tell you about me? Naruto asked, leaning against the counter across from her. Almost nothing. She said you were old. Powerful. Not a vampire or a witch. That you'd been part of the family's story since before the turning. Freya's fingers traced the rim of her mug. She said you were the only being alive that Klaus considers an equal. And she said, a pause. That you could be trusted. Absolutely. That's a lot from Rebekah. She doesn't trust easily. Neither do I. Freya set her mug down. Dalia took me when I was 5 years old. She raised me, used me, broke me down and rebuilt me into a weapon. For 1,000 years, every relationship I had was a leash she held. Trust isn't something I give. It's something I've had stripped away so many times that I'm not sure I know how to rebuild it. Naruto studied her. The steadiness of her voice. The way she delivered this trauma like a report, clinical, contained. She'd had centuries to package it. That didn't mean it didn't still cut. Then don't trust me, he said. Not yet. Trust what you can verify. Trust what you see and feel and test. He pushed off the counter. Come on. I'll show you something. He walked to the center of the loft, the widest open space, and stood with his feet shoulder-width apart. Closed his eyes for a moment. Breathed. Then he opened his hands, palms up, and let go. The energy that lived inside him, that had been coiled and compressed and running at a murmur since he'd entered this city, unfurled. Not all of it. Not even close. But enough. The effect was immediate. Every candle Freya had placed on the counter ignited simultaneously. The crystals began vibrating, then spinning in place. The brass compass needle whipped around in frantic circles. The windows rattled. The concrete floor beneath Naruto's feet cracked in hairline fractures radiating outward like a spiderweb. The air took on a golden cast, warm, alive, humming at a frequency that was almost musical. And Freya staggered backward like she'd been hit in the chest with a battering ram. Her hands flew up, defensive magic flaring around her instinctively, and she stared at Naruto with her mouth open and her eyes wide and every magical sense she possessed screaming in overload. What? She managed. Naruto pulled it back. Compressed it again. The candles guttered out. The crystals stopped spinning. The golden light faded. Everything returned to normal except the cracks in the floor and the expression on Freya's face. That, Naruto said calmly, was about 5%. Freya's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the counter to stop it. 5%, she repeated. Give or take. That's, she swallowed. Closed her eyes. Opened them with a visible effort at composure. That energy. It's not magic. Not as I understand it. It's the thing underneath magic. The substrate. Like, she grasped for metaphor. Magic is electricity. What you have is the electromagnetic force itself. The fundamental law that makes electricity possible. That's actually a pretty good analogy. How? She stepped toward him, scholarly hunger overriding her shock. How is this possible? No living being should be able to contain that much raw energy without being unmade by it. I wasn't always able to. He thought about the early years, the first century of this second life, when the power had threatened to tear him apart from the inside. When he'd had to relearn control from nothing, without teachers or framework or understanding. It took me a long time to learn. But where does it come from? Were you born this way? In this lifetime? Naruto was quiet for a moment. He'd never told anyone the full truth. Not the Mikaelsons, though they knew pieces. Not any of the beings he'd encountered over the centuries. The idea of his first life, his rebirth, the mechanism behind his existence, it was his alone. But Freya was looking at him with those green eyes full of desperate need to understand, and he recognized that hunger. He'd felt it himself once, the need to know why he was what he was. To have answers. I lived before, he said. Another life. Another world, maybe. Or another time. I died there, old and satisfied. And I woke up here, 1,000 years ago, reborn. But the energy I carried in that first life, it came with me. Changed. Adapted. Became something compatible with this world's rules. But fundamentally the same. Freya absorbed this with the intensity of a woman who'd seen stranger things in her millennium of captivity. Reincarnation. But with your memories intact? And my power. Transformed, but intact. That shouldn't be possible. And yet. He spread his hands. She was pacing now, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. Processing. Dalia is the most powerful witch I've ever encountered. Her magic is vast, connected to bloodline and sacrifice and centuries of accumulated power. But what you just showed me, she stopped pacing and looked at him directly. She can't beat you. Probably not. Not probably. Definitely. Freya's voice was gaining urgency. I've spent 1,000 years under her thumb. 1,000 years believing no one could stand against her. That she was inevitable. Unstoppable. And you're telling me, I'm telling you that whatever she is, however powerful she's become, she's still operating within the rules of magic. I'm not. Naruto said it simply. Not boasting. Just explaining. She's a big fish in the magical pond. I'm not in the pond at all. Freya stared at him. And then, slowly, unexpectedly, she started laughing. Not polite laughter. Not controlled. A raw, slightly wild sound that came from somewhere deep in her chest. She pressed her hand over her mouth but couldn't stop it, her shoulders shaking, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. 1,000 years, she said between gasps of laughter. 1,000 years of being afraid of her. And all I had to do was find you, she was crying. Naruto realized it belatedly, the laughter had shifted into something else, the tears no longer from mirth. She pressed both hands over her face and her shoulders hitched and she made no sound, but the grief and relief pouring off her were palpable. He didn't touch her. Didn't crowd her. He went to the counter, refilled her coffee, and set it within reach. Then he sat on the kitchen stool and waited. It took about 2 minutes. Freya pulled herself together with the efficiency of someone who'd had practice, wiping her eyes with the heel of her hand, squaring her shoulders, lifting her chin. Sorry, she said, voice rough. Don't be. That was unprofessional. Freya. You were imprisoned for a millennium. You're allowed to feel things about that. She picked up the coffee. Drank deeply. When she set it down again, her eyes were dry and her expression was resolute. I want to understand your power. Fully. Not to replicate it, I don't think that's possible, but to understand how it interacts with magic. If we're going to fight Dalia together, I need to know how to complement what you do. How to support it. How to, she hesitated. How to what? How to be useful. The word came out raw. Honest. I've been a tool my entire life. Dalia's tool. A battery. A weapon she aimed and fired. I don't want to be useless now. I need to contribute. You're not a tool, Naruto said. And you're not useless. You're a witch of extraordinary power with 1,000 years of knowledge. That's valuable regardless of what I can do. But compared to what you just showed me, compared to me, everyone's power looks small. That's not a useful comparison. He stood up. Here's what I need from you, Freya. Not servitude. Not worship. Partnership. Your magic can do things mine can't, divination, tracking, precise ritual work. I'm a sledgehammer. You're a scalpel. I need the scalpel. She studied him for a long time. Searching his face for, what? Deception? Condescension? Whatever she was looking for, she apparently didn't find it. All right, she said. Partnership. They spent 3 hours working together. Freya mapped his energy output using a combination of crystal arrays and her own sensory magic. Naruto demonstrated progressively larger releases, 10%, 15, 20, and each time, Freya's measuring instruments went haywire before she found ways to recalibrate them. She was brilliant. Adaptive. Every time his power broke her framework, she built a new one within minutes. By the end, she had a rough topography of his abilities. The elemental manipulation, he showed her wind, fire, water drawn from the air, earth responding to his will. The physical enhancement, she clocked his speed and strength as exceeding original vampire levels by a significant margin. The sensory range, he described being able to feel every living being within a mile radius, their emotional states, their intentions. And the healing, she asked, scribbling notes on a pad she'd produced from her satchel. Near instantaneous. I haven't found anything that can permanently damage me. White oak. Never tried it. Probably wouldn't matter. I'm not a vampire. White oak targets the original spell specifically. Dalia's magic? She could try. He rolled his shoulders. But her magic operates on the principle of siphoning energy from a source. If she tried to siphon from me, she'd be drinking from a fire hose. It would burn her out. Freya stopped writing. Looked up. You're certain? I've had witches try before. Powerful ones. It doesn't end well for them. She tapped her pen against the notepad. There's something I should tell you. About Dalia's method. She doesn't just siphon passively, she creates a connection. A link. Through blood and binding. Once that link is established, it can't simply be broken by force. It has to be unraveled. From inside. And she has that link to you? Freya's jaw tightened. It's weakened. I broke most of it when I escaped. But there's a thread. Still there. She can feel me. Know where I am. It's how she's tracking me to New Orleans. Naruto set down the glass of water he'd been drinking and looked at her. Really looked, extending his senses past the surface, past the magical defenses she wore like armor. And there, deep in the architecture of her being, he saw it. A thread of foreign magic woven into her core. Dark. Parasitic. Like a vine strangling a tree. I can see it, he said. Freya went still. You can see the link? He moved toward her, and she tensed but didn't retreat. It's deep. Wound into your magic at a fundamental level. But it's not part of you. It's external. Imposed. I know that. I've tried for months to remove it. Every severing spell, every unbinding ritual, nothing works. It's Dalia's oldest magic, her first binding. She created it before I even understood what magic was. Naruto circled her slowly, studying the thread from different angles with his enhanced perception. It was clever work, he could give the witch that much. The binding was woven between Freya's magical channels like stitches in flesh, so removing it by brute force would tear out pieces of Freya's own power with it. But Naruto didn't operate on the same level as magic. He operated beneath it. At the foundational layer. I can remove it, he said. Freya's breath caught. How? The binding is magical. But underneath every magical construct, there's natural energy, the base layer everything is built on. I can reach that layer. Dissolve the foundation the binding rests on without touching your magic above it. He met her eyes. Like pulling a tablecloth without disturbing the dishes. That's, theoretically impossible. Most things I do are theoretically impossible. Freya's hands were shaking again, she pressed them together. If you're wrong, if it goes wrong, it could tear my magic apart. Dalia designed it that way deliberately. A fail-safe. I know. I can see the fail-safe. It's clever. He stepped closer to her. I won't lie to you, there's a moment during the process where it'll hurt. The binding will resist. Dalia built pain into it as a deterrent. But it will be brief, and then it'll be gone. Completely. Freya closed her eyes. Her throat worked. She's had that hook in me for 1,000 years, she whispered. Every day. Every hour. I can feel her at the other end of it, her attention, her hunger. Even asleep, she pulls. Even across an ocean. Her eyes opened, and they were fierce. Burning. Do it. Not here. Not now. He held up a hand before she could protest. Tonight. At the compound. With your siblings present. If something goes wrong, if I'm wrong about the failsafe, I want Elijah and Klaus there to protect you while I work. And if Dalia feels the link being severed? She'll know. She'll accelerate. Good. Let her come faster. Let her come angry and off balance instead of patient and prepared. Freya studied him. That scholarly intensity had shifted into something else now, something more personal. More invested. Why? She asked. Why help me? You don't know me. We met last night. You're Rebekah's sister. Is that enough? Your aunt enslaved you for 1,000 years. A child being held prisoner, forced to fuel someone else's power. Used. Naruto's voice was steady, but there was something old and hard beneath it, an anger that had roots in another life. A boy locked away. A demon sealed inside him. Power exploited without consent. Yeah. That's enough. Freya held his gaze for a long, searching moment. Then she nodded, once, sharp, decisive. Tonight, she said. I'll be ready. Marcel's lieutenant found Naruto at a cafe on Magazine Street 2 hours later. The broad-shouldered vampire from the abattoir confrontation slid into the chair across from Naruto without asking, blocking the afternoon sun with his considerable frame. His expression was not friendly. Marcel wants an update, the vampire said. Naruto didn't look up from his beignet. We made a deal this morning. Nothing's changed since this morning. Marcel wants to know why you spent 3 hours with the Mikaelson witch. Naruto looked up at that. Marcel's watching me? Marcel watches everyone. He took another bite. Chewed. Swallowed. I had coffee with a new acquaintance. Girl talk. You know how it is. The lieutenant leaned forward. Don't play games. Marcel built this city from nothing. He held it against Klaus Mikaelson for 100 years. He doesn't tolerate unknowns operating in his territory without transparency. And I told Marcel, I'll share information when I have something concrete. Right now, all I have is feelings and hunches. Naruto met the lieutenant's eyes. What's your name? The vampire blinked. What? Your name. You keep saying, Marcel wants this, Marcel wants that. You're a person. What's your name? A beat of confusion. Diego. Diego. Naruto nodded. Listen, Diego. I respect Marcel's authority here. I'm not trying to destabilize anything. But following me around and demanding reports every few hours isn't going to work. It makes me feel surveilled, and when I feel surveilled, I get uncooperative. He leaned back in his chair. Tell Marcel I'll come to him when I have something. Until then, call off the shadows. Please. Diego's jaw worked. He clearly wanted to push harder, the vampire aggression, the need to assert dominance for his king. But something in Naruto's easy posture, his complete lack of tension or fear, made Diego hesitate. Predators recognized when they were outclassed, even when their pride wouldn't let them admit it. If you're lying to us, Diego started. I'm not. But even if I were, what would you do about it? The question hung in the air. Not hostile. Just honest. Diego stood abruptly. I'll pass your message along. He left without another word. Naruto finished his beignet, ordered another coffee, and watched the street. Normal people doing normal things, walking dogs, pushing strollers, arguing on cell phones. The human world, thin as paper, stretched over the supernatural reality beneath. His phone buzzed. A text from Rebekah, Sage is coming. She'll be here by tonight. Play nice. Naruto smiled and typed back, I'm always nice. You're nice to people you like. You're terrifying to everyone else. That's still being nice. Selectively. Insufferable. Dinner at the compound, 7 p.m. Don't be late. He pocketed his phone and let his senses drift outward, a passive scan, like sonar pinging the city. The ley line still pulsed with that irregular heartbeat. The thing below still dreamed. Marcel's vampires still watched from a distance. The witches in the cauldron still murmured among themselves, their ancestral magic chattering like static. And somewhere to the north, far away but getting closer, something cold and ancient moved toward New Orleans with the patience of a glacier. Dalia. He could feel her now. The faintest pressure at the edge of his awareness, like seeing headlights on a distant highway at night. Coming this way. Inevitable. Let her come. The compound was fuller that evening. Naruto arrived at 7 to find the dining table actually set, plates, glasses, food that someone had either cooked or compelled a chef to prepare. Elijah's doing, probably. The noble original had always insisted on civilized rituals even as the world burned around him. Klaus was at the head of the table, because of course he was. Elijah at the other end. Rebekah to Klaus's left. Freya beside Elijah, looking simultaneously nervous and determined. And at the table's midpoint, an empty chair, clearly left for him. But it was the woman standing near the fireplace who caught Naruto's attention. Tall. Red-haired. A beauty that was less conventional and more striking, the kind of face that stopped you because it demanded attention rather than invited it. She was lean and powerful, vampire, obviously, and she carried herself with the poise of a fighter. Her eyes, green-brown and wary, tracked Naruto from the moment he entered. Sage. He hadn't seen her in 400 years. The last time had been in Spain, a brief encounter, a shared enemy, a battle fought side by side. She'd been Finn's wife then, devoted to the most boring of the Mikaelson brothers with a passion Naruto never quite understood. But devoted nonetheless. A vampire in love with a vampire who hated being a vampire. A loyalty that had cost her centuries of loneliness while Finn lay daggered in a box. Sage, he said, walking toward her. Naruto. Her voice was careful. Controlled. It's been a while. Spain. The Inquisition. You set a church on fire. They were torturing people in the basement. It seemed appropriate. A ghost of a smile. Then it faded. Rebekah said I should come. That something big was happening here and you were at the center of it. Her gaze flicked to the Mikaelson family at the table, then back to him. I came because I trust Rebekah's judgment. And because, she stopped herself. Because? Sage's jaw tightened. Something flashed across her expression, pain, old and deep. Finn is gone. Truly gone. The other side collapsed and he chose not to come back. Chose oblivion over, she cut herself off again, harder this time. It doesn't matter. I'm here because I need something to fight for. Something that matters. And Rebekah said you were that. Naruto didn't offer platitudes. Didn't say he was sorry about Finn, he hadn't particularly liked the man, and false sympathy was an insult to someone as sharp as Sage. Sit down, he said instead. Eat something. And after dinner, I'll tell you what's coming. Then you can decide if it's worth fighting for. Sage nodded, short, military. She moved to the table, taking a seat beside Rebekah, who squeezed her arm briefly in greeting. Naruto took his place at the middle of the table. The arrangement put him equidistant from both ends, neither at the head with Klaus nor at the foot with Elijah. A neutral position. Or a central one, depending on how you looked at it. Dinner was, surprisingly normal. Elijah steered conversation with practiced ease, and even Klaus contributed with sharp-edged wit. Freya was quiet but present, eating slowly, watching everyone with eyes that were still learning how family dinners worked. Sage and Rebekah had a sidebar conversation about something that made them both laugh. Naruto ate, drank, and let himself sink into the rhythm of it. This was what he'd been missing in Tibet. In his decades of self-imposed isolation. This, the noise and warmth of people. Of connection. He'd forgotten how good it felt. So, Klaus said, setting down his wine glass with the deliberate precision that meant he was about to start something. Are we going to discuss the reason we're all gathered like some supernatural Thanksgiving? Or shall we continue pretending this is a social call? Can't it be both? Rebekah said. It can be whatever it needs to be. Naruto set down his fork. But yes. Let's talk. He outlined it simply, the two threats, Dalia approaching from the north and the ancient presence beneath the city. He explained what he'd felt in the ley lines, what he suspected about Hope's birth acting as a catalyst. He kept it brief, factual, free of drama. When he finished, Sage was the first to speak. This thing underground, what is it? A spirit? A demon? Something physical? I don't know yet. It's dreaming, not awake. But it's aware. When I reached out to it today, he paused. Decided to be honest. It reached back. Briefly. Every original at the table went still. It communicated with you? Elijah asked, leaning forward. Not in words. More like recognition. It knows something like it is here. Something that operates on the same level. Naruto tapped the table absently. Which means when it wakes up, it might come looking for me specifically. And Dalia? Freya asked. Dalia is more immediate and more straightforward. She's a witch, immensely powerful, but still a witch. She operates within magical rules. She can be fought, countered, killed. He looked at Freya. Tonight, we sever her link to you. That removes her tracking ability and forces her to approach blind. Wait. Klaus held up a hand. Severing Freya's link, how exactly do you intend to do that? I'll dissolve the binding at the foundational level. Below magic. At the energy substrate. And if it goes wrong? It won't. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Naruto met Klaus's stare without flinching. I can see the binding. I understand its structure. I'm confident I can remove it without harming Freya. Confident, Klaus repeated. You're willing to bet my sister's life on confidence. Klaus. Freya's voice was quiet but firm. This is my choice. Not yours. Something dangerous flickered in Klaus's eyes, that old reflex, the need to control, to decide for his family, to protect by dominating. Naruto watched it war with the newer thing, the father in him, the part that knew Dalia's tracking of Freya put Hope at risk. Self-interest won, as it usually did with Klaus. Fine, he said. But if she's harmed, she won't be. Naruto stood. Let's do this now. Before dessert. They cleared the living room. Freya lay on the long couch, hands folded over her stomach, looking up at the vaulted ceiling with a studied calm that didn't quite hide the racing of her heart. Naruto could hear it, not with vampire hearing, but with his senses, reading her body's energy like sheet music. Klaus stood against the far wall, arms crossed, watching with predatory intensity. Elijah beside him, more contained but no less alert. Rebekah sat on the arm of a nearby chair, close enough to move if needed. Sage stood by the door, observing, learning, sizing up this man Rebekah had called her to follow. How does this work? Freya asked. Naruto knelt beside the couch, bringing his face level with hers. I'm going to place my hands on you, one on your forehead, one over your heart. I'll extend my awareness into your magical system and find the binding. Then I'll go beneath it, to the energy layer underneath, and dissolve the foundation it's anchored to. The binding will collapse without support. And the pain? When the binding realizes it's losing its anchor, it'll try to dig in deeper. That's the failsafe, it causes pain to make you instinctively resist removal. I need you to not fight it. Let it hurt, let it dig, and let me work underneath it. The more you can stay still, the faster it'll be over. Freya swallowed. Nodded. I'm ready. Naruto placed his right hand on her forehead and his left over her heart. He closed his eyes. And went deep. Her magical system was extraordinary. That was the first thing he registered, layers upon layers of power, accumulated and refined over a millennium. If his energy was an ocean, hers was a vast river, channeled, directed, purposeful. He let his awareness flow alongside it, careful not to disturb, searching for the foreign thread. There. Wound through her core like barbed wire through flesh. Dalia's binding. Black and ancient and ugly, pulsing with a possessive hunger that reminded Naruto viscerally of another kind of sealing he'd known in his first life. He went deeper. Past the magical layer. Past the binding itself. Down to where magic gave way to something more fundamental, the raw energy substrate, the natural force that all supernatural power ultimately derived from. Freya's substrate was healthy, vibrant, golden green. Dalia's binding had driven roots into it like posts driven into bedrock. Naruto wrapped his awareness around those roots and began to dissolve the bedrock they sat in. Not destroying it, transmuting it. Turning solid ground into something the roots couldn't grip. Like turning stone to water beneath a fence post. Freya made a sound, sharp, involuntary. Her back arched. "Hold still," Naruto murmured. The binding sensed what was happening. Exactly as he'd predicted, it dug deeper, its roots extending, seeking new purchase, and everywhere they reached, they sent jolts of agony through Freya's system. Her hands clenched. Her teeth ground together. A thin sound escaped her throat. Klaus, Elijah's voice, warning. Wait. Klaus. Tight. Controlled. But waiting. Naruto worked faster. The roots were reaching but finding nothing, every anchor point he'd already dissolved, every new one he dissolved as they arrived. The binding was thrashing now, desperate, a living thing recognizing death. It sent one final surge of pain through Freya, she screamed, a short sharp cry, and then Naruto found the taproot. The original anchor. The very first connection Dalia had made to a 5-year-old girl 1,000 years ago. He dissolved it. The binding collapsed. All of it, all at once, like a puppet with every string cut simultaneously. It fell through Freya's system, inert, dead, and her magic surged up to fill the spaces it had occupied. Golden green light flared around her so brightly it was visible to the naked eye, her whole body limned in it for one breathtaking moment. Then it faded. And Freya lay still. Breathing hard. Eyes wide. Staring at the ceiling. Naruto lifted his hands and sat back on his heels. Done, he said. Silence. Everyone in the room seemed to be holding their breath. Then Freya sat up, fast, vampire fast, though she wasn't one, and pressed both hands over her heart. Her expression was, Naruto didn't have a word for it. Shock and relief and grief and joy all at once, layered so thickly that they cancelled each other out and left something blank and trembling. It's gone, she whispered. I can't feel her. For the first time in 1,000 years I can't feel her, her voice cracked. She pressed her hands harder against her chest, like she was trying to confirm her own heartbeat. She's gone. The pull. The hunger. The weight. It's gone. Rebekah moved, crossing the room and pulling Freya into her arms without hesitation. Freya resisted for 1 second, old instinct, don't show weakness, and then broke. She folded into her sister and shook, and Rebekah held her and said nothing because nothing needed saying. Elijah's hand was on Klaus's shoulder. When had he moved? A restraining touch that was also reassuring. Klaus was staring at Naruto with an expression that defied easy categorization. Not gratitude, Klaus didn't do gratitude simply. Something more complex. Something recalculating. Sage hadn't moved from her position by the door. But her eyes were different now. Naruto felt the shift in her, that particular moment when skepticism gave way to something more committed. Well, Klaus said after a long moment. His voice was carefully neutral. That was dramatic. Could have been worse, Naruto said. He was tired, not physically, but the focus required had been immense. He sat on the floor with his back against the couch, legs stretched out, and let his head fall back. She'll need a day to adjust. Her magic is going to feel different without the binding, bigger. Less constricted. She might have power surges. I'll help her manage it, Rebekah said over Freya's head. Naruto closed his eyes. The room settled into a quiet that wasn't uncomfortable, the aftermath of something significant, everyone processing in their own way. Then he felt Sage move. Cross the room. Stop near him. He opened one eye and looked up at her. She was studying him with an intensity that reminded him of how wolves assessed potential pack leaders. In Spain, she said. 400 years ago. You could have let those people die. The ones in the church basement. They were strangers. Humans. Not your concern. I could have. You burned the church to the ground and killed 6 inquisitors to free them. I did. Why? Naruto opened both eyes. Looked up at Sage from the floor, an unconventional angle for a conversation about loyalty and worth. Because they were in pain and I could stop it. That's always been enough reason for me. Sage was quiet for a moment. Processing. Making a decision. Finn was the love of my existence, she said. He was flawed, God, he was flawed, self-hating and miserable and convinced that vampires were damned. But he was mine and I was his, and when he chose oblivion over me, she stopped. Breathed. I thought I'd never find anything worth committing to again. That I'd just drift. Until something killed me. And now? Now I'm watching you free a woman from 1,000 years of slavery without asking for anything in return. Now I'm watching Rebekah, the most distrustful person I know, trust you completely. Now I'm standing in a room full of originals who are all looking at you like you're the answer to a question they've been asking for centuries. She crouched down to his eye level. Her expression was fierce and certain. I want to be part of that. Whatever this is, whatever you're building. I want in. Naruto studied her. This isn't a faction, Sage. I'm not building an army. I know. That's why I want in. She held his gaze. Finn wanted me to be his. A possession. Something that belonged to him and validated his existence. You, from what I can see, want people to be themselves. To choose freely. She straightened. I'm choosing. He extended his hand. She took it. Her grip was strong, 900 years of vampire strength, and warm. Then you're in, he said simply. Behind them, Freya had pulled away from Rebekah and was wiping her eyes. She turned to look at Naruto, at the scene of Sage clasping his hand, and something settled in her expression too. A decision made. Not tonight, she said, and her voice was hoarse but clear. I need to understand what just happened to me. What it means. But Naruto, she met his eyes across the room. What you just did. No one else could have done that. No one else ever tried. Rebekah tried, he pointed out. Rebekah tried to find someone who could, Freya corrected. She found you. She pressed her hand over her heart again. I'll come to you tomorrow. When I've processed. And we'll talk about everything. Naruto nodded. Take your time. He stood, stretched, rolled his shoulders. The exhaustion was fading, his body's natural energy replenishing what he'd spent. Klaus was watching him from the wall, still wearing that complex expression. Klaus, Naruto said. Walk with me. Klaus's eyebrow rose. Are you asking or telling? Asking. But you're going to say yes. Am I? You have questions. You always have questions after I do something that reminds you I'm not under your control. Naruto headed for the courtyard. Come ask them. They walked along the river. The Mississippi at night was a dark mirror, reflecting the city's lights in wavering ribbons of gold and red. Klaus walked with his hands in his jacket pockets, collar turned up against a breeze he couldn't feel the cold of. Old habits from a human life. How much stronger are you than when we last met? Klaus asked without preamble. Meaningfully. That's not an answer. I know. Naruto watched the water. But stronger doesn't quite capture it. It's more like, more refined. More controlled. I spent the last 90 years in isolation, pushing the limits of what I could do. Finding edges I didn't know existed and then moving past them. And those edges, where are they now? I don't know. That's the honest answer. Naruto glanced at him. Why? Worried? Should I be? No. You've never needed to be worried about me, Klaus. In 1,000 years, have I ever moved against you? You've never needed to. Klaus's voice was casual but his eyes were anything but. You've always had what you wanted without taking it by force. My sisters adore you. Elijah respects you. Even Finn, miserable, self-righteous Finn, trusted you more than he trusted me. There it was. Under the questions about power, the real wound. You think they love me more than they love you, Naruto said. Klaus's jaw clenched. I don't think anything of the sort. You do. You've always thought that. Since the beginning, since we were all young and human and I was the stranger who showed up at your settlement. Naruto stopped walking and turned to face Klaus. You think their loyalty to me diminishes their love for you. Doesn't it? The words came out sharper than Klaus probably intended. Rebekah swore herself to you. Not to me. Not to her family. To you. My own sister, your sister swore to me because you put her in a box for decades at a time. Naruto's voice was steady. Not angry, just factual. She swore to me because every man she's loved, you've killed. She swore to me because in 1,000 years, you've treated her as property, a thing to control, a loyalty to demand rather than earn. Klaus's eyes flashed gold. The wolf surging to the surface. And you think that makes you better than me? No. I think it makes me different from you. And I think that difference is why she needs both of us. Naruto stepped closer. I'm not your rival, Klaus. I've never been your rival. I don't want your throne. I don't want your city. I don't want your family's submission. Then what do you want? I want the people I care about to be safe. Free. Happy. Naruto shrugged. Simple things. Nothing is simple. It is, actually. You just make it complicated because complicated gives you excuses to be controlling. He held up a hand before Klaus could explode. I'm not judging you. I understand why you are the way you are. Michael made you this way, 1,000 years of being hunted, of being told you were worthless, of needing to be the strongest and most feared just to survive. I get it. Klaus was very still. The gold still flickered in his irises, not fading, but not advancing either. But Klaus, you have a daughter now. A child who will grow up watching how you treat the people around you. How you relate to love and loyalty. And if what she sees is a father who punishes devotion, who controls through fear, who can't tell the difference between love and ownership, do not lecture me about my daughter. Klaus's voice was barely audible. Dangerous in a way that made the air between them vibrate. Naruto didn't back down. Didn't soften. I'm not lecturing you. I'm telling you what I see, as someone who's known you for 1,000 years. As someone who might be the only person alive who isn't afraid of you. They stood there, two immortals on the riverbank, the Mississippi flowing past them in eternal indifference. Klaus's fists were clenched at his sides. The veins around his eyes pulsed once, twice, and then slowly faded. "Dalia," Klaus said, and his voice was controlled again, that careful, clipped tone he used when reining himself in. "When she comes, you'll protect Hope." "Yes. Not because my sisters asked you. Not because it's the noble thing. Because I'm asking you." Klaus met his eyes, and for just a moment, the mask dropped. No bravado. No manipulation. Just a father. Terrified. "She's everything to me, Naruto. The only thing I've ever created that was pure." Naruto held Klaus's gaze and let him see, really see, the certainty there. No wavering. No calculation. "I will protect your daughter with my life. Such as it is." Klaus swallowed. Nodded, once, sharp. Then he turned back toward the compound, and the mask slid back into place like a visor dropping. "I expect regular updates on the underground situation," he called over his shoulder. "And if you're going to turn all the women in my family into your personal army, the least you can do is keep me informed." "They're not my army. No. They're something far more problematic." Klaus paused at the corner, half turning. In the streetlight, his expression was unreadable again. "They believe in you. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? People who believe in you will die for you. Will burn the world for you. I know. Don't waste it." Then he was gone, vampire speed carrying him into the night, leaving Naruto alone on the riverbank with the ancient water and the city's glow. The attack came at 3 a.m. Naruto was on his rooftop again, his thinking place, already, after just 2 nights in the city, when he felt them coming. Not vampires. Not werewolves. Something else. Witches. 6 of them. Moving in formation through the warehouse district, their magic linked in a pattern he recognized, a hunting array. They were suppressing their signatures as best they could, but to his senses, they might as well have been carrying torches. They weren't Marcel's witches, their magic felt different. Older. More brutal. And threaded through with something he recognized from an hour ago. Dalia's magic. These were her proxies. Her advanced scouts. The first move. Naruto stood on the roof's edge and watched them approach. 6 women, ages ranging from maybe 20 to 60, dressed in dark clothing, moving with coordinated purpose through the empty streets below. They stopped in a formation around his building, a hexagonal pattern, each which at a point, and began chanting simultaneously. The spell they were weaving was layered. The outermost layer, a containment field, meant to trap their target. The middle layer, a siphoning net, meant to drain energy. The innermost layer, a binding, similar in structure to what he'd just removed from Freya. Dalia had felt her link to Freya die. And she'd sent these witches in response, not to attack, but to acquire. To replace what she'd lost with something even better. Naruto smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. He stepped off the roof. The fall was 3 stories. He landed in the street without sound, his energy cushioning the impact, dispersing the force into the ground. The nearest witch saw him land and her chanting faltered. "Evening," Naruto said. The containment field snapped into place around him, a dome of shimmering force, visible to his enhanced sight as a web of interlocking magical sigils. The siphoning net activated immediately after, tendrils of hungry magic reaching for his energy like grasping fingers. Naruto stood in the center of it all and did nothing for a moment. Just observed. Let the net make contact with his energy. Let it try to siphon. The nearest witch gasped. Her nose started bleeding. The siphoning net had connected to him, yes. And it was drawing energy, yes. But it was like trying to drink from a waterfall, too much, too fast, too overwhelming. The magic designed to channel stolen energy was overloading, and the witches connected to it were bearing the strain. A second witch stumbled. A third went to her knees. Naruto raised his hand, a casual gesture, like brushing away a cobweb, and flicked his fingers. The containment dome shattered. Not broke, shattered, like glass hit with a sledgehammer, fragments of magical force scattering in every direction. The siphoning net went with it, collapsing back on the witches who'd cast it. 3 of them dropped instantly, unconscious. The other 3 staggered but kept their feet. The oldest witch, the 60-year-old, the formation's anchor, raised her hands and threw something at Naruto. Not a spell, a weapon. A condensed ball of dark craft energy, black and screaming, designed to annihilate whatever it touched. Naruto caught it. His hand closed around the ball of dark energy and it simply stopped. Held in his palm like a caught baseball, still screaming, still vibrating with destructive intent, but utterly contained. He looked at it with mild interest. Then he closed his fist and crushed it. The energy dispersed harmlessly, absorbed into his own vast reserves like a drop into the ocean. The oldest witch's face went white. "Dalia sent you," Naruto said, walking toward her. The 2 younger witches flanking her retreated, physically backing away, their magic spent, their confidence evaporated. "She felt me cut her link to Freya and she wanted to know what she's dealing with. So she sent you. As scouts. As sacrifices." The old witch drew herself up. "The Great One does not sacrifice, the Great One," Naruto interrupted, and his voice hardened. "Sent 6 women to fight something she's never encountered, without knowing what it could do. That's either arrogance or expendability. Which do you think it is?" The witch's mouth worked. No sound came out. Naruto stopped in front of her. Close. Looking down at her with those blue eyes that seemed, in this moment, to contain something vast and deep and old. "You have a choice right now," he said. "You can go back to Dalia. Tell her what you saw. Tell her that whatever she's planning, whatever she thinks she can take from this city, she's wrong. And she should stay away." He paused. "Or you can stay here. Free of her. If she has bindings on you like she had on Freya, I can break them." The old witch stared at him. Behind her, one of the younger witches, barely older than a teenager, made a small sound. "She'll kill us," the old witch whispered. "If we betray her, she'll try to kill you either way. You failed tonight. That's not something Dalia forgives." Naruto's voice softened. "I'm offering you a way out. Take it or don't, but decide now." A long moment. The old witch looked at her fallen companions, 3 unconscious on the pavement, 2 standing but barely. She looked at the teenager, whose eyes were wide and wet and terrified. "We can't run from her," the old witch said. "Nowhere is far enough. You don't have to run. You just have to stand behind someone she can't move." Naruto extended his hand. "I'm offering that." The teenager moved first. Crossing the distance between her and Naruto at a stumbling run and gripping his offered hand with both of hers, shaking, crying, gasping out words in a language he didn't recognize, a prayer, maybe. Or a plea. The old witch watched. Then she closed her eyes. Drew a breath. And nodded. "Sever us," she said. "Sever us from her, and we'll tell you everything. Her location. Her plan. Her weaknesses. Everything. Done." By dawn, Naruto had 6 witches in his loft, 3 awake and terrified, 3 unconscious and being tended by their companions. He'd severed Dalia's bindings from each of them, simpler than Freya's, less deeply rooted, more like chains than stitches. They'd wept. All of them. Even the old one. Their names were Josephine, the old one, Marisol, Iris, the teenager, Danielle, Corinne, and Ruth. They'd been bound to Dalia for varying lengths of time, Josephine the longest at 400 years, Iris the shortest at 6 months. All had been witches of independent power before Dalia found them. All had been diminished, drained, used. Josephine told him everything. Dalia was 3 weeks out. Moving slowly, deliberately, gathering power at each stop, draining ley lines, consuming magical sites, accumulating energy for what she planned to do in New Orleans. Her goal was twofold: reclaim Freya as her power source, and acquire Hope, a firstborn Mikaelson witch of unprecedented potential. Her weakness: she was strongest in concentrated bursts but needed time to recharge between them. Her immortality was cyclic, she was vulnerable during the transition between sleep and waking. And her power, however vast, was still magical in nature. It operated within the rules of the supernatural world. Rules that Naruto existed beneath. He sent a message to the compound as the sun rose: 6 witches freed from Dalia. Have intelligence. Come when ready. Klaus's response was immediate: on my way. Elijah's, a moment later: please tell me you didn't start a war at 3 a.m. without informing us. Rebekah's: what did I miss? And Freya's, the last to come, the most telling: she sent proxies. Already? Because of me. Because you freed me. Naruto typed back: because of her. This is who she is. Don't carry her guilt. A pause. Then, thank you. He put his phone away and looked at the 6 witches huddled in his loft, scared, freed, uncertain. The teenager, Iris, had fallen asleep on his mattress, curled in a ball with her hands tucked under her chin. The others sat in various states of exhaustion, watching him with eyes that didn't know yet whether to trust what had happened. Naruto made coffee. Enough for everyone. Set out mugs. Found some leftover bread from yesterday and put it on a plate. Eat, he told them. Sleep if you can. No one's going to hurt you here. She'll come for us, Danielle said, a woman in her 30s with dark circles under her eyes and bite marks on her wrists where she'd clawed at her own skin during the severing. She'll know we turned. She can come. I'll be here. You don't understand, she's killed hundreds. Thousands. Over the centuries. Anyone who defied her, Danielle. Naruto crouched in front of her, meeting her eyes. I understand perfectly. I've faced beings like Dalia before, beings who think they own other people. Who think power gives them the right to consume. Every single one of them learned the same lesson. What lesson? That there's always someone they can't consume. Someone who hits back. He straightened. Rest. You're safe. Danielle looked at him, really looked, the way someone half-drowned looks at shore. Then she reached for a coffee mug with shaking hands and drank. They arrived within the hour. All of them: Klaus, Elijah, Rebekah, Freya, Sage. Filing into his loft like a war council assembling, which was exactly what it was. Josephine repeated her intelligence for the assembled originals. Klaus listened with that particular stillness that meant he was already planning. Elijah asked precise, strategic questions. Freya filled in gaps from her own knowledge of Dalia's methods. By the time the briefing was done, the sun was fully up and the loft was warm with midday light. 3 weeks, Klaus said. She'll be here in 3 weeks. Probably less now, Naruto said. I took her scouts. Freed her witches. She'll be angry. Angry means faster. Less patient. Good, Klaus said, surprising everyone. He smiled, thin, sharp, dangerous. Patient enemies are the hardest to fight. Angry ones make mistakes. We need a plan for the city, Elijah said. If Dalia arrives at full power in New Orleans, civilian casualties will be significant. We need to choose our ground. Minimize collateral. I have thoughts on that, Naruto said. But first, he looked at Sage, who'd been silent throughout the briefing, standing with her arms crossed near the window. Sage. You've been quiet. She unfolded her arms. I've been thinking. About? About the fact that you just fought 6 witches, freed them from an ancient binding, and did it all alone at 3 a.m. without calling for backup. Her expression was unreadable. You could have called. Any of us. It was 3 a.m. I don't sleep. I didn't need help. That's not the point. Sage pushed off the wall and walked toward him. If you want people to stand with you, genuinely stand with you, not just as decorations or cheerleaders, you have to let them. You have to let us be useful. Not just when it's convenient, but when it matters. The room was watching. Klaus with raised eyebrows. Rebekah with a knowing smile. Freya with thoughtful attention. Naruto considered Sage's words. She was right, in a way. An old habit, from his first life too, honestly. The instinct to handle everything alone. To protect by doing, not by including. You're right, he said. Next time, I'll call. Sage nodded, satisfied. Good. Then she looked at the rest of the room. So. 3 weeks to prepare for an immortal witch who wants to eat a baby. What's the plan? Klaus laughed. Sharp and bright and genuine, surprising himself, from the look of it. I like her, he told Naruto. Most people do, Sage said dryly. The war council began in earnest. Strategies. Contingencies. Assignments. They worked through the morning and into the afternoon, and by the time they broke, something had shifted in the group dynamic. Something subtle but significant. They weren't just the Mikaelson family plus guests anymore. They were something else. Something that didn't have a name yet but had a shape, a circle with Naruto at its center, not commanding but connecting. A point around which disparate loyalties could orbit without collision. Klaus noticed. Of course he did. His eyes tracked the dynamics, the way Rebekah deferred to Naruto on strategic questions, the way Freya sought his input on magical matters, the way Sage positioned herself at his flank like a lieutenant. The way even Elijah angled toward him in conversation. He noticed. And for once, just once, he didn't try to destroy it. Progress. Naruto stood on his rooftop that evening, watching the sunset paint the city gold and red, and felt the first stirring of something he hadn't felt in decades. Hope. Not the child, though her safety was part of it. The feeling. The genuine, bone-deep belief that what he was doing mattered. That the people around him were worth fighting for. That this strange, fractured, immortal family was becoming something worth protecting. Beneath his feet, deep in the earth, the ancient dreaming thing pulsed. Reaching for him. Questioning. And from the north, closer now, faster, Dalia moved through the dark. Coming. Hungry. Angry. Naruto breathed in the sunset air and smiled. Let them come. Let them all come. He wasn't alone anymore. Chapter 3, Blood Oaths and Broken Chains. The bayou burned at midnight. Naruto felt it before anyone called, a sudden eruption of unnatural fire somewhere deep in the wetlands south of the city, magical in origin, hot enough to turn swamp water to steam. He was off his rooftop and moving before the flames had fully taken hold, covering the distance between the warehouse district and the bayou's edge in seconds that would have been impossible for anything bound by normal physics. He found the werewolf camp in chaos. The Crescent Wolves, the pack that had allied with the Mikaelsons through Haley Marshall, Hope's mother, were scattered through the trees, some shifted, some human, all terrified. Their camp was ablaze with blue-white fire that moved against the wind and clung to everything it touched like napalm. Not natural. Not even standard magical fire. This was Dalia's work, the signature was unmistakable. But Dalia was still weeks away. Which meant this was remote casting. A spell laid in advance, triggered by proximity or timer. A message. Naruto raised both hands and pushed. The energy that left him was like a wave, invisible but undeniable. It rolled outward in an expanding sphere, and where it touched the blue-white fire, the flames simply ceased. Not extinguished, ceased. The magical foundation sustaining them dissolved at contact with his power, and without that foundation, the fire had no reason to exist. In 3 seconds, the entire camp went dark and silent. Smoke rose from scorched trees and blackened earth, but the flames were gone. A wolf, massive, gray, golden-eyed, emerged from the tree line and shifted mid-stride into a woman. Tall, dark-haired, fierce even in human vulnerability. Haley Marshall. Hope's mother. What the hell was that? She demanded, not seeming to care that she was naked and covered in soot and standing in front of a stranger. Werewolf practicality. Dalia, Naruto said. She left a trap in your territory. Probably weeks ago, seated into the ground, waiting. Haley's expression shifted from anger to something colder. You're him. The one Klaus mentioned. Naruto. That's me. Klaus said you were handling the Dalia situation. I am handling it. This, he gestured at the smoking remains of the camp, was a trap set before I arrived. There might be more. I need to sweep the whole bayou. Haley studied him, the way wolves did, measuring threat against potential ally. Whatever she found apparently satisfied her, because she nodded sharply. My pack. Are they? Everyone's alive. I don't sense any serious injuries. Burns, shock, but nothing fatal. She exhaled. Closed her eyes for a moment. Then, sweep the bayou. I'll get my people to safety. And Naruto, she fixed him with a look that was pure mother wolf. My daughter. Klaus says you'll protect her. I will. Good. Because if anything happens to Hope, I don't care what you are, I'll find a way to kill you. Fair enough. Haley shifted again, bones cracking, flesh rippling, human form giving way to gray wolf in a heartbeat, and bounded into the trees, howling to rally her scattered pack. Naruto spent the next 2 hours systematically sweeping the bayou. He found 3 more traps, each one a different flavor of destructive magic, each one planted with surgical precision at points the wolves frequented. He dissolved them all, pulling apart their magical foundations like unwinding thread. By the time he was done, the sky was lightening toward dawn and his senses confirmed the wetlands were clean. He also found something else. At the deepest point of the bayou, a place where the water turned black and the cypress trees grew so thick they blocked the sky, Naruto felt the underground presence more strongly than anywhere in the city. Whatever was buried beneath New Orleans, this was closer to its center. The ley lines converged here, pulsing with that irregular heartbeat he'd come to recognize. He knelt at the water's edge and pressed his palm to the mud. The response was immediate. Stronger than before. Not just awareness but attention, focused, deliberate. The thing below knew he was here. Knew him. Reached toward him with something that felt almost like recognition. What are you? Naruto pushed the question downward. Not in words, in intent. In the language of energy meeting energy. The response came as images. Fragments. A flash of something vast and dark and hungry. A sense of imprisonment, ancient, endless, suffocating. And beneath it all, a name. Not spoken. Felt. The hollow. Naruto pulled his hand back. The name resonated in ways he didn't fully understand, but his instincts, honed over 2 lifetimes, told him everything he needed to know. Whatever the hollow was, it was old, it was powerful, and it was waking up. He needed more information. And he knew exactly who might have it. Freya was already awake when he arrived at the compound. She was in the study, Elijah's study, technically, with its walls of books and careful organization, surrounded by texts she'd pulled from the shelves. Her hair was tied back and she had ink stains on her fingers. She looked up when he entered, and her eyes sharpened. "You look like you've been rolling in mud." "Bayou." Dalia left traps in the werewolf territory. Freya's expression hardened. "Is everyone fine?" "I cleared them. But I found something else." He dropped into the chair across from her desk. "The thing underground." I made contact again. "It has a name. The Hollow." Freya went very still. The pen in her hand stopped moving. "You know it," Naruto said. "I know the name." Her voice was careful, the voice of someone approaching something they'd rather not touch. "Dalia spoke of it. Once. When I was still young enough to think she might share knowledge willingly." Freya set her pen down. "She called it the first great failure of magic. A being that existed before the witches codified their practice. A primordial spirit of immense power that was bound beneath the earth thousands of years ago by a coalition of every magical tradition on the continent. Bound. Not killed. It can't be killed. According to Dalia, and she was terrified of it, Naruto. Genuinely terrified. I saw fear in her face exactly once in 1,000 years, and it was when she spoke that name." Freya stood, pacing behind her desk. "The Hollow is a primordial entity of pure magical hunger. It doesn't just use magic, it consumes it. Devours it. Everything supernatural that comes near it becomes food. It reached for me," Naruto said. "Recognized me. Not as food. As something else." Freya stopped pacing. "Something else? A kindred thing, maybe. I'm not sure." The communication was fragmentary. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. "But I'll tell you what I think. I think Hope's birth didn't just attract Dalia's attention. I think it started waking the Hollow. A firstborn Mikaelson which, born on top of its prison, radiating magical energy straight into the ground, like feeding it," Freya whispered. "Not intentionally. Hope's not doing anything wrong. But her existence, the sheer magical output of what she is, it's been stimulating the Hollow's prison for 9 months. Eroding it. And if it wakes fully?" Naruto thought about the images he'd received. The hunger. The vastness. "Then we have a much bigger problem than Dalia." Freya sat back down heavily. 2 threats. Converging on the same point. For the same reason. He met her eyes. "We need to solve the Hollow problem before Dalia arrives. If she gets here while that thing is stirring, if she tries to use it, or if it wakes during our fight with her, chaos." Freya nodded. "I'll research. The compound's library is extensive, and I have resources of my own. If the Hollow was bound by a coalition of traditions, there must be a record of how. Understanding the binding might help us reinforce it." "Good. In the meantime," he stood. "I'm going to talk to it again." "What?" "It's aware. It's communicating. That means it's thinking, not just acting on instinct. And things that think can be reasoned with." He saw her expression and smiled. "Don't look at me like that. I've talked down worse. You haven't talked down anything like this." "Freya." He held her gaze. "In my first life, I was a prison for something similar. A being of immense power, sealed inside me against its will. And I found a way to, not tame it. That's the wrong word. But to coexist with it. To earn its respect. Even its friendship, eventually." She stared at him. "You're telling me you befriended a primordial entity. I'm telling you that beings of immense power are still beings. They have wants. Needs. Grievances. And sometimes the reason they're destructive is because no one's ever tried talking to them." He headed for the door. "Keep researching. I'll be careful. Naruto. Her voice stopped him. If the hollow tries to consume you, it won't. But if it does, then I'll have a conversation with it about boundaries. He left before she could protest further. He didn't go straight to the bayou. He went to the cauldron first, to a shop tucked between a tourist voodoo parlor and a jazz bar, with no sign on the door and wards so dense they made the air taste like copper. The witch inside was ancient. Not in appearance, she looked 50, maybe, but in presence. Her power sat in the room like furniture, comfortable and established. "I know who you are," she said before he'd fully crossed the threshold. Her voice was smoke and gravel. "The wolves are talking. Marcel's people are talking. The ancestors," she tapped her temple, "are screaming." "What are they screaming?" "That something's come to this city that doesn't belong in any of their categories. Something that makes the other side nervous." She looked him up and down from behind her counter, surrounded by dried herbs and bottled substances. "Sit." He sat. "You want to know about the hollow," she said. Naruto blinked. "How did the ancestors feel you poking at it, boy? Every time you touch that thing in the earth, every witch connected to the ancestral plane feels the reverberations." She pulled a bottle from under her counter, something amber and strong-smelling, and poured 2 glasses. "My name is Lenore. I'm an elder of the French Quarter Coven. And I'm going to tell you something that no one alive knows, because if I don't, you're going to keep poking that thing until it pokes back." Naruto took the offered glass. Waited. "The hollow isn't just a spirit," Lenore said. "It was a witch, once. Thousands of years ago. The most powerful witch who ever lived, before your friend Dalia, before Esther Mikaelson, before any of them. She wanted immortality. Not the kind vampires have, true immortality. To become a force of nature itself. She succeeded. After a fashion. Lenore drank. She consumed so much power, so many other witches, so many ley lines, so many spirits, that she stopped being human. Stopped being anything recognizable. Became a thing of pure hunger. The witches who bound her, they didn't defeat her. They just managed to put her to sleep. Sealed her in the earth beneath this delta and prayed she'd never wake. And Hope's birth is the loudest magical alarm clock in history." Lenore set her glass down. "That child is extraordinary. The magical output she generates just by existing, it's been feeding directly into the hollow's prison. Like sunlight on a sleeper's face. Not enough to wake her fully. Not yet. But soon." "Her," Naruto noted. "You said her. The hollow was a woman once. Inadu. That was her name. And she was," Lenore paused. "She wasn't evil, at first. She was born with too much power. More than anyone could teach her to control. And instead of finding help, she found hunger. Found that consuming others' magic felt better than anything else. And once she started, she couldn't stop. No. She couldn't." Lenore looked at him with sharp, knowing eyes. "Sound familiar? Someone born with more power than the world knows what to do with. Trying to figure out what they are. I'm not going to consume anyone. No. You're not. Because you're different from her." Lenore leaned forward. "But she won't see it that way. When she wakes, when she senses you, she'll see a kindred spirit. Something like her. And she'll want to join with you. Merge. Become something greater. And if I refuse? Then she'll try to consume you instead." Lenore shrugged. "Either way, your existence near her prison is accelerating the problem. You and Hope both, 2 massive energy sources, sitting on top of a hungry sleeper." Naruto was quiet for a moment, turning the glass in his hand. "Is there a way to reinforce the prison? To put her back into deeper sleep?" There might have been. Before the original vampires killed half the witches in this city and the rest lost their connection to the binding's original magic. Lenore's voice carried old bitterness. Marcel's rule destroyed our ancestral connections. We can't access the old spells. The binding is degrading and we can't repair it. If I could repair it, you're not a witch. The binding is witch magic. No. But I can operate beneath witch magic. I can reinforce the foundation the binding rests on. He thought about it, the same principle he'd used to sever Dalia's hold on Freya, but in reverse. Instead of dissolving the substrate, strengthening it. Making the ground beneath the binding harder to erode. Lenore studied him. You might be able to. I don't know. Nobody's ever tried what you're describing, working at that level. Can you show me where the binding's anchor points are? The original sites used to seal the hollow? I can. But it'll cost you. What do you want? Marcel's grip on the witch's broken. Her voice was flat and hard. He controls us through the threat of violence. He forbids us from practicing magic without his permission. Our ancestors are bound, our children are monitored, our traditions are dying. I want freedom for my coven. Naruto set his glass down. That's not a small ask. It's not a small favor I'm doing you. He thought about it. Marcel's control of the witches, it was one of the pillars of his power in New Orleans. Breaking it would destabilize the current political order. But the current political order was already on borrowed time, with Dalia approaching and the hollow stirring. I'll talk to Marcel, Naruto said. I won't promise violence, but I'll make the case for releasing the witches from his control. If he refuses, he shrugged. I'll make the case more firmly. Lenore smiled, thin and sharp. I'll take it. She pulled a folded map from beneath her counter and spread it on the surface. Old paper, hand-drawn, marked with symbols Naruto didn't recognize but could feel the power in. 4 anchor points. The 4 cardinal points of the binding. Here, 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 and here. She tapped 4 locations on the map. The original sealing sites. Most people don't know they exist, the magic has faded enough that only elders like me remember. Naruto memorized the locations. 2 in the bayou. 1 in the Garden District. 1 directly beneath the French Quarter. Under the French Quarter? Under Lafayette Cemetery No. 1, specifically. Lenore folded the map. Good luck getting in there without every ancestor on the other side screaming bloody murder. I'll manage. Naruto stood. Thank you, Lenore. Don't thank me. Fix the problem. And remember our deal. He nodded and left the shop, the locations burned into his memory. 4 anchor points. If he could reinforce them, strengthen the substrate beneath the binding, it might buy them time. Keep the hollow sleeping until they dealt with Dalia, at least. 1 problem at a time. He dealt with 2 of the anchor points that afternoon. The bayou sites were easier, remote, unguarded, accessible. He found the first one at the base of an ancient cypress tree, its roots wrapped around a stone marker so old the inscriptions had worn smooth. The binding's energy was visible to his senses, a deep blue web of magical force, sunk into the earth like tent stakes. And those stakes were corroding. Rusting, metaphorically. Losing their grip on the substrate beneath. Naruto knelt. Pressed both palms to the earth. And poured himself downward. It was different from what he'd done with Freya. Instead of dissolving, he was reinforcing. Hardening the natural energy substrate, making it denser, more resistant to erosion. Like pouring concrete over a crumbling foundation. The binding's anchor points dug into the new solidity and held, tighter than before, more firmly rooted. The irregular pulse in the ley lines, that arrhythmic heartbeat, steadied slightly. Not fixed. But improved. The second bayou site was similar. By the time he finished both, the afternoon was gone and his body felt the strain. Not dangerous, just the deep fatigue of sustained, focused effort. Like a long-distance run for the spirit rather than the body. He sat on the bank of a bayou creek and watched dragonflies dance above the water while his energy replenished itself. His phone buzzed. A text from Sage, "Where are you?" "Bayou. Working on the underground problem." "Need help?" He smiled. Remembered her words from yesterday, about letting people be useful. Not today. But soon. The French Quarter site will be complicated. I'm good at complicated. Dinner tonight? Sure. I'll cook. Your loft. 8 p.m. He hadn't known Sage cooked. 900 years of vampirism and she cooked. There was probably a story there. He didn't make it to dinner. The sun was setting when Naruto felt it, a presence entering the city from the north. Not Dalia, too physical, too immediate. Something moving at tremendous speed, coming straight for the French Quarter like a missile locked on target. Michael. Naruto was on his feet instantly, his fatigue forgotten. He knew that signature, he'd fought it twice before over the centuries. The vampire who hunted vampires. Klaus's father, or rather, the man who'd raised Klaus and despised him for not being his blood. 1,000 years of hatred compressed into one immortal predator. But Klaus had said Michael was dead. Killed. Gone. Apparently not. Naruto moved, crossing the distance between the bayou and the French Quarter at his full speed, which was something beyond blurring. The world smeared around him, colors and shapes becoming streaks of light. He arrived in the quarter in under a minute, landing on a rooftop overlooking Royal Street. And there he was. Michael Mikaelson. Tall, broad, Nordic, a Viking warrior frozen in eternal prime. White oak stake in hand, because of course. His face was gaunt with that particular hunger of a vampire who fed only on other vampires, hollowed, savage, barely civilized. His eyes swept the street below with predatory focus. He was heading for the abattoir. For Klaus. Naruto dropped from the rooftop and landed directly in Michael's path. The ancient vampire stopped. His nostrils flared. Those cold, calculating eyes fixed on Naruto with immediate recognition. "You," Michael said. "The abomination's pet monster." "Michael." Naruto stood loose and ready, feet planted, energy coiling through him in preparation. "I heard you were dead. Death is inconvenient, not permanent. Not for beings such as us." Michael shifted his grip on the white oak stake, casual, practiced. "Step aside. My business is with Klaus. Your business with Klaus ended when he put you in the ground. The fact that you crawled back out doesn't change that." Michael smiled. It was the smile of a man who had spent a millennium hunting and had never learned to do anything else. "The bastard cannot kill me permanently any more than I can kill him permanently. We are bound, he and I, father and son, even if the blood isn't mine." The smile twisted. But now he has new vulnerabilities. A child. A family growing soft around him. Women who've sworn themselves to a stranger rather than standing with their own blood. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about that?" "I know many things. I've been watching. Waiting. Learning." Michael took a step forward. "You've disrupted the balance, boy. My children were scattered, weakened, at each other's throats. Now they're gathering. Consolidating. Becoming strong again, because of you." His expression darkened. "That cannot be permitted. And you're going to stop it?" "I'm going to do what I've always done. Hunt. Kill. Purge the world of the monsters my wife created." Michael raised the white oak stake. "Starting with you." He moved. Even for an original, even for the oldest, most powerful original vampire, Michael was fast. 1,000 years of nothing but combat had honed him into something close to mechanical perfection. The white oak stake cut through the air like a blade, aimed at Naruto's heart with the precision of 10,000 previous kills. Naruto caught it. His hand closed around the stake 6 inches from his chest, fingers wrapping around the ancient wood, stopping its momentum dead. Michael's arm was still extended, still pushing, the full force of an original vampire behind the thrust. Naruto held it like he was holding a child's toy. Michael's eyes went wide. 2 things, Naruto said conversationally, his grip unbreakable around the stake. 1. White oak kills original vampires. I'm not an original vampire. This stick means nothing to me. He twisted. The stake snapped, the unbreakable, only weapon capable of killing an original white oak stake broke in his hand like a dry twig. Splinters scattered across the pavement. Michael staggered back, staring at the broken remains of his most potent weapon. 2. Naruto closed the distance between them in a single step. You're not hunting anyone in this city. Not Klaus. Not his family. Not the people under my protection. Michael's shock lasted exactly 2 seconds. Then it transformed into rage, pure, undiluted, the fury of a predator denied its prey. He attacked with his hands, his speed, his teeth, a blur of violence that would have torn any vampire apart. Naruto blocked. Deflected. Countered. He didn't fight like a vampire. Didn't match speed with speed or strength with strength in the way supernatural beings typically fought. He fought like something else, like a force of nature given form. Every movement was efficient. Every block redirected Michael's own force against him. Every counterstrike landed with the precision of a surgeon and the impact of a wrecking ball. Michael threw a right cross with enough force to crater a wall. Naruto stepped inside it, caught the arm, and slammed his open palm into Michael's chest. The impact sent the original patriarch flying backward, actually airborne, crashing through a parked car, across the street, and into the brick wall of a building opposite. The wall cracked. Michael fell to the pavement in a shower of brick dust. He got up immediately, vampiric healing knitting his broken ribs even as he rose, and charged again. Because of course he did. Michael didn't know how to do anything but attack. This time, Naruto didn't just deflect. He met the charge head-on, one hand catching Michael's throat, the other catching his wrist, and then he lifted. Michael was a large man, 6'2", heavily built. Naruto raised him off the ground with one hand like he weighed nothing and slammed him into the pavement hard enough to crater the street. The impact was thunderous. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the point of contact. Michael gasped, actually gasped, the air driven from ancient lungs, and Naruto pinned him there with a knee on his chest and a hand still on his throat. "Stay down," Naruto said. Michael's eyes were wild, gold with vampire fury, veins pulsing black. He thrashed against the hold, every muscle straining, and couldn't move Naruto's weight an inch. "What are you?" Michael ground out between clenched teeth. "Something you can't beat. Something you can't hunt. Something that's telling you, very clearly, to leave." Naruto leaned down, bringing his face close to Michael's. "I fought you in Vienna, 1683. I fought you in Moscow, 1812. Both times, you were smart enough to retreat. Be smart again." Michael stopped thrashing. His breath came in ragged pulls, his body tense with fury, but his eyes were calculating now. Processing. The predator recognizing a superior predator and running the math on survival. "If you kill me," Michael said, "there's nothing stopping Klaus from what? Being himself? He manages that just fine without you hunting him." Naruto released Michael's throat and stood, stepping back. "Leave, Michael. Leave New Orleans. Leave your children alone. Find something else to do with eternity." Michael rose slowly. He was healing, the bruises fading, the cracked bones knitting, but something in his posture had shifted. Not defeated. Not cowed. But recalculating. The way a chess player looked when their opening gambit was countered. "This isn't over," Michael said. He straightened his coat, a reflexive gesture, restoring dignity. "You've made yourself the protector of monsters. Eventually, that choice will cost you. Everything costs something. I can afford it." Michael held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, unhurried, controlled, the walk of a man temporarily withdrawing rather than retreating. Naruto watched him go, tracking his signature as it moved north through the city and beyond. He'd be back. Men like Michael always came back. But not tonight. And not without a better plan. Naruto looked down at the cratered street. The broken car. The damaged building wall. A bit conspicuous. He'd have to do something about that. "Well," said a voice from above, that was educational. Naruto looked up. Sage was perched on a fire escape 2 stories up, arms folded on the railing, watching him with an expression that mixed impressed with exasperated. "How long have you been there?" "Since about 10 seconds after he entered the city. I felt an original moving fast and followed." She dropped from the fire escape with liquid vampire grace, landing beside him. "You broke the white oak stake. It was pointed at me. It was the only weapon capable of killing an original." "I know." Sage looked at the scattered splinters on the pavement. Looked at the cratered street. Looked at him. Klaus is going to be either furious or overjoyed about that. Both, probably. Simultaneously. She laughed, short and surprised, like she hadn't expected to find anything funny. "Come on. I made dinner and it's getting cold. You can explain to me how you just manhandled the most dangerous vampire hunter in history like he was a rowdy teenager." Sage, it turned out, made extraordinary pasta. They ate on his roof, plates balanced on the ledge, watching the city lights, the warm night air carrying jazz from somewhere in the quarter. Sage had brought wine too, and she drank it with the casual ease of someone who'd had 9 centuries to develop her palate. "Finn hated that I cooked," she said, twirling spaghetti around her fork. "He said it was too human. That vampires shouldn't cling to mortal habits." "Finn hated a lot of things." "He did." She said it without bitterness, just acknowledgement. "He hated what he was. Hated Esther for making him. Hated himself for surviving." She took a drink of wine. "I loved him anyway. For 900 years, I loved him. And you know what I've realized, since he's been gone?" "What?" "I loved a version of him that only existed in my mind. The potential Finn. The one who might someday accept himself, embrace life, find joy. That Finn never came. The real Finn," she paused. "The real Finn chose death over me. Over everything." Naruto didn't rush to fill the silence. "I'm not telling you this for pity," Sage continued. "I'm telling you because when Rebekah called me here, when she said you were worth following, I had to ask myself what I was looking for. What I wanted loyalty to feel like. And I realized, with Finn, loyalty was sacrifice. Constantly. Always giving, always waiting, always diminishing myself to fit what he needed. It was devotion without reciprocity." She turned to look at Naruto directly. "I watched you tonight. You fought Michael, for what? For Klaus. A man who hasn't earned that kind of protection from anyone. You did it because it was right. Because you're protecting this city, these people, this family, without asking for anything in return. I'm not selfless, Sage. I'm here because I want to be. Because it matters to me. That's what I mean." She set her plate down. "You're doing this because you want to. Not because someone bound you, or guilt you, or manipulated you. You choose this. Freely. And you let others choose freely too. She drew her knees up to her chest, an oddly young gesture for a 900-year-old vampire. I want to be part of something I'm choosing. Not something I'm trapped in. You are choosing. You chose to come here. You chose to stay. You can choose to leave whenever you want. I know. She smiled, small, genuine. That's why I'm staying. They finished dinner in companionable silence, and Sage left around midnight with a casual wave and a promise to be available for the French Quarter anchor point when Naruto was ready. He was cleaning up, carrying plates down from the roof, when his phone rang. Klaus. You broke the white oak stake, Klaus said without preamble. News travels fast. You broke the only weapon that could kill my family. And you did it to stop Michael from reaching me. I broke it because he pointed it at me and it seemed fragile. A pause. Then, he was supposed to be dead. Apparently not. He mentioned something about death being inconvenient, not permanent. Where is he now? Gone. North. Retreated. He'll regroup, come back with a plan. But not immediately. Klaus was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Stripped of its usual armor. I have spent 1,000 years afraid of that stake. 1,000 years knowing that my father held the one weapon that could end me permanently. And you just broke it. It was wood, Klaus. Old wood. It was my death. And you destroyed it like it was nothing. Another pause. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it. Just, sleep better tonight, maybe. A sound that might have been a laugh. Or might have been something else. Naruto. Yeah. Thank you. The word sounded physically painful for Klaus to produce, dragged out of him by force, like pulling teeth. Don't ever tell anyone I said that. Wouldn't dream of it. Klaus hung up. Naruto stared at his phone for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. 3 days passed. 3 days of preparation, research, and the slow building of something that felt like a war footing. Freya dove into the hollow research with obsessive focus, pulling texts from contacts across the world, consulting with Lenore's coven under carefully negotiated terms. Naruto reinforced the third anchor point, the Garden District site, hidden beneath an ancient oak tree in a private garden, while Sage stood guard and Rebekah ran interference with Marcel's suspicious patrols. The fourth point, Lafayette Cemetery, remained. The hardest one. The most important one. And in those 3 days, Freya made her decision. She came to his loft on the third night. Alone. Without her satchel of tools or her scholarly intensity. Just herself, tall, dark-haired, green-eyed, carrying something in her expression that Naruto recognized from Rebekah, from Sage. A resolution. I need to say something, she said, standing just inside his door. Okay. When you freed me from Dalia's binding, when you dissolved something 1,000 years old like it was nothing, I told myself it was impressive. Useful. That you were a powerful ally and I was fortunate to have you on my side. She crossed her arms, not defensive, but containing. Holding herself together while she said something difficult. But that's not the truth. Not the whole truth. Naruto waited. The truth is that for 1,000 years, I dreamed of someone who could do what you did. Someone strong enough to break Dalia's hold. Someone who could look at what she'd done to me and say, I'll fix it, and mean it. Her voice wavered slightly, then steadied. I'd given up on that person existing. I'd accepted that I'd either free myself or die bound. And then you just did it. Like it was simple. Like I was worth the effort. You are worth the effort. I know that now. She uncrossed her arms. I've been studying your energy for 3 days. Comparing it to everything I know about magical theory, about primordial forces, about the fundamental nature of supernatural power. And I've come to a conclusion. Which is that you're the safest being I've ever encountered. She said it with the certainty of a scientist delivering findings. Not because you're gentle, though you are. But because your power is self-sustaining. It doesn't need to feed. Doesn't need to consume. You're not hungry the way Dalia is, the way the Hollow is, the way vampires are. You exist in equilibrium. Complete in yourself. That's probably accurate. It means I can trust you. She stepped closer. Not cautiously. Not with reservations. Completely. Because you will never need to take from me. Never need to use me as fuel. Her eyes were bright, not with tears but with fierce clarity. Do you understand what that means to me? After Dalia? He understood perfectly. Freya, I'm not asking for anything, she said quickly. I'm telling you where I stand. I stand with you. Not as a tool, not as a weapon, not as a power source. As myself. My magic, my knowledge, my loyalty, freely given. Not because I owe you. Because I choose you. The word settled in the room like a physical presence. A weight and a warmth. Rebekah warned me this would happen, Naruto said after a moment, with a slight smile. Rebekah is infuriatingly smug about being right. Freya's mouth curved. She told me, the first night, before you freed me, she said, when you understand what he is, you'll see. And I thought she was being dramatic. She usually is. She was right, though. Freya's smile faded into something more serious. When Dalia comes, I want to be there. In the fight. Not hidden away. Not protected. There. Freya, don't argue with me. Don't protect me from this. She held me for 1,000 years. I have earned the right to face her. He looked at her, really looked. At the steel beneath the scholarship. The fire beneath the composure. 1,000 years of captivity hadn't broken her. It had forged her. Okay, he said. You'll be there. Her shoulders dropped, relief she hadn't shown she was carrying. Okay. Good. She straightened. Now, the Lafayette Cemetery anchor point. I've found a way in that might avoid triggering the ancestral wards. But I need Sage's help with the physical aspects, and I need you to, tomorrow, Naruto said. Plan tomorrow. Tonight, he gestured toward the rooftop stairs. I have leftover wine from when Sage was here. Come sit. Not as allies planning a war. Just, sit. Freya hesitated. The witch in her, the 1,000-year-old survivor, wanted to keep planning. Wanted the safety of action and preparation. But something else in her, something younger, something that had been denied normalcy for a millennium, accepted. Okay, she said. Sitting. I can do that. They sat on the roof with their backs against the ventilation structure, passing a bottle of wine between them, and talked about nothing important for an hour. Freya told him about the first time she'd tasted chocolate, in a French monastery in the 1600s during one of Dalia's waking periods. Naruto told her about the time he accidentally leveled a small mountain in China while testing his limits. She laughed, really laughed, loose and free, and the sound of it made him realize how rare it probably was. Can I ask you something personal, she said, leaning her head back against the wall. Sure. In your first life, the one you lived before. Were there people you loved? A family? Yes. He said it simply. A wife. Children. Friends who were closer than family. A village full of people who mattered to me. Do you miss them? He was quiet for a moment. The stars above were dim, city light pollution washing them out, but he could still see a few. Stubborn. Persistent. Every day, he said. But it's not sharp anymore. It's more like remembering a beautiful book you read long ago. The story's part of you. The characters shaped you. But the pages are closed. That's a good way to put it. She turned the wine bottle in her hands. I don't have that. A before. My before was Dalia, all the way back. I don't know who I would have been without her. You're finding out now. I am. She smiled, small, private. It's terrifying. Best things usually are. They sat in silence after that, comfortable, warm. Two old beings discovering the radical act of being still together without purpose or agenda. When Freya left, close to 2 a.m., moving with vampire-like silence down the stairs, Naruto stayed on the roof and thought about what was building around him. Rebekah's loyalty, sworn in blood and history. Sage's devotion, chosen freely after centuries of chains. Freya's allegiance, earned through action and sealed with understanding. 3 women. 3 originals, or original adjacent. 3 warriors who'd chosen him over everything else. Klaus was right to be unsettled by it. Not because it diminished his family's love for him, but because it proved something he'd never wanted to face. Love couldn't be compelled. Loyalty couldn't be demanded. Devotion couldn't be daggered into submission. It could only be earned. The 4th anchor point nearly killed him. Not literally, he couldn't die, as far as he'd determined. But the experience beneath Lafayette Cemetery pushed him closer to his limits than anything had in centuries. They went at 3 a.m., Naruto, Sage, and Freya moving through the cemetery like shadows. Rebekah stood watch at the perimeter, monitoring for Marcel's patrols. The cemetery was silent, crypts standing like pale sentinels in the moonlight, the smell of old stone and older death heavy in the air. The anchor point was beneath the central mausoleum. Naruto could feel it, pulsing like a heartbeat, weaker than the others, more degraded. This was the most important anchor, the keystone of the binding's architecture, and it was the most damaged. Here, Freya said, her hand pressed against the mausoleum's base. Her eyes were closed, her magic reading the structure beneath. The binding's main node. She frowned. It's barely holding. The degradation is much worse than the others. I can feel it. Naruto knelt beside her. The substrate here is almost completely eroded. Whatever the hollow has been doing, stirring in its sleep, reaching upward, it's been focused here. On the weakest point. Can you reinforce it? I'm going to have to do more than reinforce it. I'm going to have to rebuild it. He pressed both palms flat against the stone. This is going to take a while. And I'm going to be vulnerable while I work. Deep focus, I won't be able to respond to external threats. Sage shifted position, moving to stand directly over him, her body between his and the cemetery entrance. That's what I'm here for. Freya moved to his other side. I'll monitor the binding's response. If something changes, if the hollow reacts, I'll pull you out. It will react, Naruto said. Count on it. When I start rebuilding the substrate, it'll feel like someone tightening its chains. It'll push back. We'll handle it. Sage's voice was iron. Do what you need to do. Naruto closed his eyes. Breathed. And went deep. Deeper than before. Deeper than any of the other sites. He pushed his awareness down through layers of earth and stone and time, past the magical binding, flickering, weak, nearly transparent, and into the substrate itself. It was almost gone. The natural energy foundation that the binding rested on had been eaten away, gnawed at from below by the hollow's unconscious hunger. What remained was thin as paper, riddled with holes, barely maintaining coherence. Naruto began to rebuild. Pouring his own energy into the gaps, not just reinforcing but recreating. Filling the holes with himself, essentially, his power becoming the new foundation. It was like building a dam during a flood. The pressure from below was immense, constant, and the moment he sealed one hole, the hollow's hunger found another. And then it noticed him. Not the sleepy, fragmentary awareness he'd felt before. Full attention. The hollow turned its vast, hungry consciousness directly toward him and pushed. The mental pressure was staggering. Images flooded his mind, visions of power beyond imagining, of unity, of two primordial forces becoming one. Inada's voice, not words but meaning, intention, desire, crashed against his consciousness like waves against a cliff. Join. Merge. Become. Naruto held. Gritted his teeth and held. His body on the surface was rigid, every muscle locked, sweat beading on his forehead. Sage had her hand on his shoulder, grounding. Freya was chanting something, stabilization magic, giving him an extra anchor. No, he pushed back. Not a refusal, a statement. An identity. I am myself. Complete. Whole. I do not merge. The hollow pushed harder. The hunger was overwhelming, not malicious, exactly, but absolute. The way gravity was absolute. The way a black hole consumed, not from cruelty but from nature. This was what the hollow was. Hunger given form. And it wanted him. Naruto drew on something he hadn't touched in centuries. The deepest reserve of his power, the thing that lived at the very core of him, beneath the energy, beneath the abilities, beneath everything. The thing he'd been in his first life and still was, fundamentally, in this one. Will. Pure, unbreakable, diamond-hard will. The will of a boy who'd fought gods and won. Who'd changed the world through sheer refusal to accept that it couldn't be changed. Who'd looked at hate and loneliness and despair and said no, and meant it so completely that reality bent around him. He pushed that will against the hollow's hunger, not fighting it, not attacking, but simply being. Being himself. Being unmovable. Being complete in a way that the hollow, for all its power, was not. The hollow recoiled. Not far. Not permanently. But enough. Like a hand touching something unexpectedly hot, an instinctive withdrawal. And in that moment of space, Naruto finished his work. The substrate sealed. The foundation hardened. The binding above it tightened, pulling taut against the hollow's prison like new stitching in old fabric. He pulled back to the surface with a gasp. His body unlocked all at once, he fell forward onto his hands and knees, breathing hard, the world spinning around him. Sage was there immediately, her hands steadying him, her strength keeping him upright. Naruto. Look at me. Sage's voice. Sharp. Commanding. Are you here? I'm here. His voice was ragged. He blinked, once, twice, and the world stabilized. I'm here. It's done. Freya was on her knees beside him, one hand on his back, her magic scanning him urgently. Your energy levels are significantly depleted. You used, God, Naruto, you used most of your reserves, it'll come back. It always comes back. He sat back on his heels. Breathed. The cemetery around them was unchanged, silent, moonlit, peaceful. No sign of the war he'd just fought beneath the surface. But the ley lines, he could feel the difference immediately. That arrhythmic heartbeat had steadied. Not perfect, not healthy, but stabilized. The binding was holding. The hollow was back in its sleep, pushed deeper by the renewed foundations. They had time. Not forever, the hollow would erode the new substrate eventually, start pushing again. But weeks. Maybe months. Enough to deal with Dalia first. It's done, he said again, and this time his voice was stronger. He looked at Sage and Freya, both of them watching him with identical expressions of concern and relief. Thank you. Both of you. I couldn't have held without you. That's the point, Sage said, hauling him to his feet with vampire strength applied gently. That's what standing with someone means. Freya pulled out her phone. I'm calling Rebekah. She's going to want to know, tell her I'm fine. You look like death warmed over. Flattering. You look like a man who nearly got consumed by a primordial entity and is pretending he didn't. Freya's voice was pointed. You'll rest. Actually rest. For at least a day. We don't have a day, Naruto. Sage's hand was firm on his arm. You're no good to anyone depleted. Rebekah and I will handle anything that comes up. You rest. He wanted to argue. The old instinct, keep going, push through, rest is for after the war. But Sage's grip on his arm and Freya's stern expression and the genuine trembling in his muscles told him they were right. One day, he conceded. One day, Freya agreed. And then we planned for Dalia. They left the cemetery as quietly as they'd arrived, 3 figures moving through New Orleans' sleeping streets. Rebekah met them at the gate, took one look at Naruto, and wordlessly ducked under his other arm. Between her and Sage, they half-carried him back to his loft. He was asleep before they laid him on the mattress. He dreamed. Not the fragmented memories of his first life that sometimes surfaced. This was something else, vivid, intentional, structured. He was standing in a vast dark space, not empty, but full of unseen presence. The Hollow's dream space, he realized. She'd pulled him here while his defenses were low. A figure emerged from the darkness. A woman, young, beautiful, with dark skin and ancient eyes that held the weight of millennia. She looked at him with curiosity rather than hunger. The hunger was still there, he could feel it beneath the surface, vast and endless, but she was containing it. Choosing to present herself as something other than a void. Inadu, Naruto said. You know my name. Her voice was layered, human on the surface, something else beneath. And you're the one who tightened my chains. I reinforced the binding, yes. You were close to breaking free. I'm always close to breaking free. She circled him, the movement of a predator assessing. But you didn't come here to fight me. I pulled you here. I wanted to see you. Properly. And you're like me. She stopped circling. Her expression was, not hungry, in this moment. Sad. I can feel it. The same kind of being. The same relationship to the fundamental forces. We're kindred. We're not the same. No. Not the same. But of the same nature. She tilted her head. You're complete. Self-sustaining. I can feel it, you don't hunger the way I do. How? How did you manage that when she pressed a hand to her chest. I can never stop. Never be full. Never be enough. I had help, Naruto said honestly. In my first life. People who cared about me. Who taught me that power isn't about consuming, it's about connecting. Protecting. Creating. He looked at her, really looked, past the facade, past the entity, to whatever remained of the woman she'd been. You never had that. No. The word was quiet. I was feared. Worshipped. Isolated. And when the hunger came, her eyes darkened. There was no one to tell me to stop. No one strong enough to make me listen. I'm strong enough. She looked at him sharply. I'm not offering to destroy you, Naruto said. I'm not offering to free you, either, not now, maybe not ever. But I'm telling you that I can hear you. I know what you are. And I'm not afraid of you. Inadu stared at him for a long time. The dream space around them shifted, colors bleeding in from the edges, warmth replacing the cold void. Her expression cycled through something complex, hunger and hope and suspicion and longing. You tightened my chains, she said finally. You were about to break free and consume a city full of people. Including a child. The child, her eyes flickered. She's bright. So bright. I didn't mean to reach for her. It's instinct. Hunger. I know. But I won't let you have her. No. Inadu smiled, and it was almost human. Almost warm. You wouldn't. That's what makes you interesting. She started to fade, the dream space dissolving at the edges. I'll think about what you've said. About connection instead of consumption. I've had a long time to think, what's a little more? Don't test the binding, Naruto warned. Don't push against it. I'll try. She was almost gone. But hunger is hard to resist when you've been starving for 1,000 years. I know. He meant it, remembered his first life, the demon fox's rage, its endless appetite. Try anyway. She vanished. The dream space collapsed. Naruto opened his eyes to morning light and the feeling of being watched. Rebekah was sitting in a chair beside his mattress, legs crossed, reading a magazine. She looked up when he stirred. Morning, sleeping beauty. You've been out for 16 hours. 16, he sat up fast. What time? Relax. Nothing happened. The city's quiet. Marcel's sulking about something unrelated, the witches are behaving, and Michael hasn't resurfaced. She set the magazine aside. How do you feel? He checked. His energy reserves had replenished significantly, not fully, but enough. The bone-deep fatigue was gone, replaced by a manageable tiredness. Better. Not 100% but close. Freya says you nearly got eaten by a primordial entity. That's dramatic. It was more like a very intense negotiation. Rebekah's expression said she wasn't buying it. Naruto. You scared us. I'm fine. You collapsed. Sage and I had to carry you home. You were unconscious for 16 hours. Her voice was tight, controlled anger masking something more vulnerable. You don't get to just say, I'm fine, after that. He looked at her. At the circles under her eyes that shouldn't be there, vampires didn't get tired. At the set of her jaw and the white-knuckled grip on her magazine. I'm sorry, he said. You're right. It was, more than I expected. The hollow is, he rubbed his face. Complicated. Tell me. So he told her. About Inadu. About the dream. About the hunger and the loneliness and the strange, almost human woman trapped beneath the city. Rebekah listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from concern to thoughtfulness to something like reluctant empathy. You feel sorry for her, Rebekah said when he finished. I understand her. That's not the same thing. It's close enough. And it might make you hesitate if she needs to be destroyed. Maybe. He met Rebekah's eyes. But I've found that understanding your enemy gives you more options than hating them. Hatred gives you one move, destroy. Understanding gives you dozens. Rebekah was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, a simple gesture, her cool fingers wrapping around his warm ones. Sage is downstairs, she said. Making breakfast. Freya went to consult with Lenore about contingency plans. Her mouth curved. Your little army's been busy while you slept. They're not your army. Your coven. Your war band. Whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. She squeezed his hand. Dalia's 2 weeks out now. We have intelligence, we have preparation, we have 4 reinforced anchor points keeping the hollow asleep. And we have you. She stood, pulling him up with her. Come eat. Plan. Be the leader you're pretending you're not. I'm not you are. You just lead by being rather than commanding. It's infuriating and effective. She was already heading for the stairs. Sage makes terrible eggs but excellent bacon. Don't tell her I said that. Naruto stood in the morning light of his loft, depleted, achy, still feeling the echo of the hollow's hunger in his bones, and smiled. 2 weeks until Dalia. A primordial entity barely contained beneath the city. Michael lurking somewhere, planning. And around him, growing, strengthening, choosing him day by day, a circle of beings who were something more than allies and something different from followers. Family. The word rose unbidden. Not the family of blood and obligation that bound the Mikaelsons in their toxic patterns. Something else. Something chosen. He followed Rebekah downstairs, and Sage looked up from the stove with a smile, and outside the window New Orleans hummed with the energy of something about to happen, and beneath it all, the hollow dreamed of connection instead of consumption for the first time in an age. 2 weeks. He'd make them count. Chapter 4, The Old World Burns. Dalia came early. Not 2 weeks. 9 days. Naruto felt her cross into Louisiana like a cold front rolling in from the north, a pressure drop in the magical atmosphere that made every witch in the city flinch simultaneously. He was on his roof when it happened, mid-conversation with Sage about defensive positions, and he stopped talking mid-sentence. Sage read his expression instantly. She's here. Not here. But close. Crossed the state line. He closed his eyes, extending his senses northward. Moving fast. Not alone, she has more proxies. New ones. At least a dozen. Sage was already pulling out her phone. I'll call the others. Compound. 20 minutes. Everyone. She nodded and vanished, vampire speed carrying her over rooftops and down fire escapes. Naruto stayed on his roof for one more moment, tracking Dalia's approach. She was different from what he'd expected based on Freya's descriptions and Josephine's intelligence. Not the patient, methodical presence he'd anticipated. This Dalia was moving with fury. With recklessness. He'd taken her witches. Severed her link to Freya. Reinforced the Hollow's prison. Every move he'd made in the last 9 days had been a direct challenge to her power, and she was responding exactly as he'd predicted, angry, accelerated, off balance. Good. An angry enemy was a sloppy enemy. And Naruto had spent 9 days preparing for exactly this. The compound was a war room by the time he arrived. Klaus stood at the head of the table, actually at the head, standing, radiating controlled violence. His eyes were gold-flecked already, the hybrid in him sensing the approach of a threat to his child. Elijah was beside him, still as marble, his composure a thin veneer over something deadly. Freya stood at the far end with a map of New Orleans spread before her, marking positions with a grease pencil. Rebekah leaned against the wall near the door, arms crossed, watching everything with predator's eyes. Sage sat on the table's edge, one leg swinging, deceptively casual. Haley was there too, in human form, dressed for a fight, her expression pure mama wolf. Marcel Gerard, surprisingly, stood in the corner with 2 of his lieutenants, his presence an acknowledgement that whatever was coming transcended his beef with the Mikaelsons. 9 days, Klaus said the moment Naruto entered. You said 3 weeks. I said she'd accelerate. She has. You also said you'd handle it. And I will. That's why we planned for this. Naruto moved to the map. Freya. Position? Approaching from the north, through Baton Rouge corridor. She'll reach the city by, Freya checked something on her phone, consulting with the freed witches who served as early warning. Nightfall. Maybe sooner. Her forces? 12 proxies. All bound witches, powerful ones. She's been collecting them on her way south. Draining ley lines at every stop to fuel up. Freya's jaw was tight. She's coming heavy. Then we don't let her get into the city. Naruto turned to the room. The plan we discussed, we're executing it now. Modified for the accelerated timeline. Which means? Marcel asked. His presence was a surprise. Naruto hadn't expected him to show. But Marcel was nothing if not pragmatic, and an immortal which tearing through his city would be bad for everyone. The plan was to engage Dalia at the city's edge. The industrial district north of the quarter, open ground, minimal civilian exposure, away from the ley line nexus so she can't tap the city's energy to fuel herself. Naruto tapped the location on the map. We wanted 2 weeks to prepare the ground. We have 9 days of prep, it'll have to be enough. What kind of preparation? Marcel pressed. Freya and Lenore's coven have been laying disruption wards at the site. They'll interfere with Dalia's connection to her proxies, make it harder for her to draw power from them in the fight. Sage and Rebekah have set physical traps, explosive, concussive. Not enough to kill an immortal witch, but enough to distract and separate her from her people. And you? Klaus asked. I'm the main event. When Dalia arrives, I meet her directly. Everything else is support, cutting her off from resources, isolating her, forcing her to face me with whatever power she's carrying internally. He looked at Klaus. You and Elijah are contingency. If she gets past me, she won't get past you. Rebekah's voice was flat. Certain. If she gets past me, Naruto repeated, you two grab Hope and Haley and run. South. As fast as you can. Sage and Freya will cover your retreat. I'm not running, Klaus snarled. You're not running from a fight. You're protecting your daughter. There's a difference. Klaus's jaw worked. The gold in his eyes flared and subsided. And if she doesn't get past you? Then this ends tonight. Silence around the room. The weight of it, of what was coming, what was at stake. A baby's life. The city's safety. An immortal witch with a millennium of accumulated power bearing down on them. Marcel pushed off the wall. My guys. What do you need from them? Evacuation. Clear a 20-block radius around the engagement site. Compel if you have to. No civilians within range. Marcel nodded, crisp, military. Whatever his issues with the Mikaelsons, he took the safety of his city seriously. Done. We'll start now. He caught Naruto's eye. And after this? That conversation about the witches? After this, Naruto agreed. You have my word. Marcel left with his lieutenants. The room reconfigured, family only now, plus Sage. Haley, Naruto said. Where's Hope? With the wolves. In the bayou. 3 miles from the nearest road, surrounded by 100 shifted crescents. Haley's voice was steel wrapped in velvet. If this goes south, I'm taking her and we're gone. No offense to your contingency plan. None taken. That's smart. I know. She looked at Klaus, something passing between them that was too complex for words. Co-parents. Former lovers. People bound by a child regardless of everything else. I should be there, Haley said. With Hope. Go, Klaus said. Quiet. No argument. Be with her. Haley hesitated, just a moment. Then she moved to Klaus and pressed her forehead against his, brief, fierce. Don't die, she said. I can't die. Then don't get daggered, or trapped, or whatever creative thing this witch has planned. She pulled back. I'll be waiting. She left. Running before she'd cleared the courtyard, the shift taking her mid-stride, wolf form carrying her toward the bayou and her daughter. The room was quiet after her departure. Then Freya spoke. I should go to the site. Finish the disruption wards. There are gaps, we plan to fill them over the next 5 days. Take Josephine and her coven, Naruto said. They know Dalia's magic intimately. They'll know where the gaps matter most. Freya nodded. Gathered her materials. Paused at the door. Naruto. Yeah. When you face her, don't hold back. Not even slightly. She won't. Her green eyes were fierce. I know you. I've watched you for 9 days, you modulate. Tone yourself down. Keep your power at a level that doesn't frighten the people around you. Don't do that tonight. I won't. Promise me. I promise. She held his gaze for a moment, then left. Moving with purpose. A witch going to war. Sage stood. I'll check the physical traps. Make sure everything's still armed and positioned. She moved toward the door, then stopped beside Naruto. Her hand found his shoulder, squeezed once. See you on the field, she said. See you there. Then she was gone too, and it was just Naruto, Klaus, Elijah, and Rebekah. The original configuration, the 3 Mikaelsons and the outsider who'd been part of their story since before it began. Well, Rebekah said into the silence. This feels familiar. Constantinople, Elijah murmured. 1453 We lost Constantinople, Klaus pointed out. We survived Constantinople, Naruto corrected. The city fell. We didn't. Semantics. Results. Naruto looked at the 3 of them. His oldest companions in this second life, damaged, dangerous, dysfunctional, and his nonetheless. This isn't Constantinople. We're not defending a doomed city against an army. We're choosing our ground, controlling the engagement, and hitting Dalia with something she's never encountered. You, Rebekah said. All of us. But yes, primarily me. Klaus moved from the head of the table and actually sat, in a chair nearby. The gesture was small but significant. He wasn't dominating the space. Wasn't positioning himself above. For once, for this moment, he was just a man in a room with people he trusted. Whether he'd admit to trusting them or not. If you fall, Klaus said. Not aggressive. Not challenging. Just asking. If she's stronger than you expect. What then? Then you do what you've always done. Survive. Fight. Endure. Naruto met his eyes. But I'm not going to fall, Klaus. You can't know that. I can. Because I've fought things that would make Dalia look like a parlor trick, and I'm still here. He let that settle. Trust me. Just this once, trust me. Klaus stared at him for a long time. That complicated expression was back, the one that mixed fear and respect and resentment and something deeper. Something that might have been love, if Klaus had the vocabulary for it. Just this once, Klaus echoed. Then, quieter, don't make me regret it. I won't. The industrial district north of the quarter was a wasteland of abandoned warehouses and empty lots, perfect terrain for what was coming. No homes. No businesses. Nothing alive except rats and weeds. By 5 p.m., Marcel's people had cleared the surrounding blocks. By 6, Freya and the Coven had completed their disruption wards. A net of interfering magic spread across the engagement zone, designed to destabilize connections between Dalia and her proxies. By 7, Sage and Rebekah had confirmed all physical traps were armed and positioned. By 8, the sun was setting, and Dalia was 30 minutes out. Naruto stood in the center of the empty lot that would serve as the primary engagement zone, a flat expanse of cracked concrete and dead grass, maybe 200 yards across. Behind him, Freya and the freed Coven, positioned in a support arc, Rebekah and Sage, flanking. Elijah and Klaus further back, the contingency line. Ahead, nothing but empty roads stretching north. And getting closer by the minute, that cold, vast, furious presence. She's almost here, Freya said. Her voice was steady but her hands were shaking, old fear, deep-rooted. 1,000 years of conditioning. Naruto looked at her over his shoulder. You okay? No. Honest. But I'm here. That matters more. It does. He turned back to face north. Everyone knows their role. Proxies first, Sage, Rebekah, you handle them. Keep them off me, keep them separated. Freya, maintain the disruption wards and be ready to counter anything I can't absorb. Klaus, Elijah, watch the flanks. If Dalia has more surprises hidden, you're our early warning. And you? Rebekah asked. I end this. He said it simply. No bravado. No showmanship. Just fact. The sun touched the horizon. The sky went red and gold and purple, New Orleans painting itself in war colors. And from the north, growing closer with every heartbeat, Dalia came. She announced herself with music. A humming, low and melodic and wrong. It vibrated in the air, in the ground, in the bones of everyone present. A lullaby. Naruto recognized it from Freya's descriptions, Dalia's signature. The song she sang to her captured witches. The song that meant ownership. Freya flinched. Physically flinched, her whole body jerking as muscle memory responded to a sound she'd heard every day for 1,000 years. Naruto felt her fear spike and reached back without looking, his hand finding her arm, a brief touch. Grounding. She can't touch you, he said. I severed the link. The song is just sound now. Freya's breathing steadied. Her chin lifted. I know. I know. The humming grew louder. And then, there she was. Dalia walked out of the evening shadows like she'd been part of them. Tall, dark-haired, austere, beautiful in the way that poison things were beautiful. Her clothing was dark and flowing, her posture regal, her expression serene with a cruelty that wasn't surface level but structural. This was a woman who'd never questioned her right to take what she wanted. Behind her, 12 witches in a formation. Hooded, silent, their magic linked in a chain that fed directly into Dalia. They moved in unison, puppets on strings, their individual will subsumed. Dalia's eyes swept the field. Took in the arrangement, the freed coven, the Mikaelsons, the traps and wards she likely sensed. And at the center of it all, Naruto. Standing alone. Waiting. She smiled. So, she said, and her voice carried across the distance without effort, projected by magic, intimate despite the space between them. You're the one who's been meddling in my affairs. Dalia. Naruto's voice was casual. Conversational. Like greeting an acquaintance at a party. I'd say it's nice to finally meet you, but I've heard too much about you for pleasantries. From my Freya, no doubt. Her eyes found her former captive behind Naruto, and something ugly flickered there, possessiveness and rage. You took what was mine. Severed bonds that were my right. Nobody is yours, Dalia. That's the part you never understood. Rights are not understood, they are taken. She raised her hand, and the 12 witches behind her began chanting in unison, a low, building drone that made the air pressure shift. I have come for what belongs to me. The firstborn Mikaelson witches. Both of them. Neither of them is available. They're not yours to keep. They're not mine at all. They're their own. That's the difference between us. Naruto took a step forward. Just one. Casual. I'm going to give you a choice, Dalia. One chance. Turn around. Leave. Find a different source of power, one that doesn't involve enslaving people. Live your immortal life somewhere else. Dalia laughed. The sound was genuinely amused, delighted, even. A choice. How quaint. She tilted her head, studying him with open curiosity. "My scouts, the ones you stole from me, they told me what you did. What you are. Something outside of magic. Something that operates beneath it." Her smile widened. "Do you know how long I've searched for something like you? Not a witch to drain, a source. An unlimited source. If Freya was a river, you are an ocean. And you think you can drink an ocean? I think I can try." She raised both hands. "And if I can, I'll never need another firstborn. Never need to sleep. Never need to hunt." Her eyes blazed with hunger, the same hunger Naruto had seen in the hollow, but smaller. Human scale. And somehow worse for being conscious and chosen. One last acquisition. And then, eternity. On my terms. That's your answer, then. That's my answer. Naruto rolled his shoulders. Let out a breath. Okay. Dalia's 12 proxies attacked first, a wave of concentrated magic, channeled through their linked formation, aimed at Naruto as a single devastating strike. It was powerful, genuinely impressive, the combined output of 12 strong witches unified by Dalia's binding. Naruto raised one hand and the strike broke against his palm like water against a rock. He dispersed it sideways, the energy scattering into the ground on either side, scorching concrete but touching nothing living. Sage. Rebekah. Now. They moved like they'd rehearsed it, because they had, for 9 days. Sage hit the left flank of the proxy formation at full vampire speed, targeting the linking chains between witches. Not killing, disrupting. Her hands tore through the magical connections like physical ropes, and every link she broke was a witch freed from Dalia's direct control. Rebekah mirrored from the right, same technique, same precision. The disruption wards activated simultaneously, Freya's magic and Lenore's coven feeding energy into the interference net. The witches who lost their links to Dalia stumbled, disoriented, their individual power suddenly cut off from the collective. Some collapsed. Some tried to fight independently but found their magic scattered by the ward's interference. In 12 seconds, Dalia's proxies were neutralized. Not dead, broken away, confused, powerless to contribute. Dalia didn't flinch. Didn't even look at her fallen soldiers. Her eyes stayed locked on Naruto. "Clever," she said. "Prepared. I'm impressed." She lowered her hands, and the serene expression shifted into something colder. More focused. "But my proxies were a courtesy. I don't need them." The power that erupted from Dalia was considerable. Naruto would give her that. Centuries of accumulated magic, drawn from ley lines and firstborn witches and every source she'd consumed in her long existence, all unleashed in a torrent aimed directly at him. The air itself screamed. The concrete beneath his feet cracked and heaved. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant as Dalia's magic sucked the heat from the environment to fuel itself. Naruto didn't dodge. Didn't deflect. He met it head-on. His energy rose to match, not all of it, not yet, but enough. A wall of golden force that collided with Dalia's darkness at the midpoint between them and produced a shockwave that flattened every standing structure within 100 yards. Warehouses crumbled. Streetlights snapped. Cars parked on nearby streets flipped and rolled. The two forces pressed against each other, dark and gold, hunger and completeness, magic and the thing beneath magic. Dalia's face contorted with effort, her power pushing, reaching, trying to find a way through, a way in, a way to begin siphoning. She found the surface of his energy, and started drinking. Or tried to. Naruto watched it happen, felt her magic latch on, begin to pull, attempt to drain him as she'd drained so many others. And for 1 second, just one, he let her. The expression on Dalia's face shifted from triumph to confusion to alarm in rapid succession. She was drinking from the fire hose he'd described to Freya. The energy pouring into her through her own siphoning link was too much, too vast, too fundamental, too alive. It wasn't compatible with her system. It was like pouring molten metal into a glass bottle. She screamed. Cut the link. Staggered backward. Her hands were smoking, literally smoking, the skin of her palms blackened and cracking. She stared at them with wide, shocked eyes. What? She gasped. Naruto walked forward. Steady. Unhurried. The golden energy around him wasn't flashy, wasn't showy or theatrical. It was simply present. An aura of overwhelming force that made the air hum and the ground tremble. I told you, he said. You can't drink an ocean. It's too much. Too hot. Too alive. He stopped 10 feet from her, close enough to see the genuine fear dawning in her ancient eyes. You've spent 1,000 years taking from people weaker than you. People who couldn't fight back. Children. Slaves. His voice hardened. That ends now. Dalia's fear lasted 3 seconds. Then fury replaced it, 1,000 years of pride refusing to accept defeat, refusing to bow, refusing to be less than supreme. She screamed, raw rage, not pain, and threw everything she had at him. Not a focus strike this time. Everything. Every reserve, every accumulated century of power, every trick and technique and killing spell she'd learned in a millennium. It came as a wave, a tsunami of dark magic that blotted out the sky above them, that turned the world to night, that made the very earth groan under its weight. Naruto met it. He released his constraints. Not all of them, he kept the deepest reserves locked, the core that he'd only ever touched once in this life. But everything else. Everything he'd held back out of courtesy, out of the desire not to frighten allies, out of the habit of modulation that Freya had called him on. The world went gold. Not metaphorically. The light that erupted from Naruto was visible to every supernatural being within 50 miles. In the bayou, Haley's wolves howled. In the quarter, Marcel's vampires froze mid-stride. In Lafayette Cemetery, the ancestral spirits went silent. Across the river, ordinary humans looked up at the sky and saw nothing, but felt something. A warmth. A pressure. A sense of something vast and alive and magnificent pushing against the membrane of reality. Dalia's magic met his energy and simply ceased. Like a candle flame meeting the sun. Not extinguished by force, just rendered irrelevant. Overwhelmed. Drowned in something so much larger that it had no frame of reference. The dark wave evaporated. The sky cleared. The world snapped back to normal with an almost audible pop. And Dalia stood alone in the middle of a smoking crater where the concrete had simply sublimated, her magic spent, her reserves empty, her immortal body shaking with exhaustion and her eyes wide with something she hadn't felt in 1,000 years. Terror. Naruto stood before her, golden energy still radiating from him in waves, untouched. Unhurt. Unfazed. It's over, he said. No, Dalia raised shaking hands. Tried to gather magic, any magic. Her own reserves were empty, but she reached for the ley lines, for the ambient power, for anything. I am eternal. I cannot, you're eternal because of a spell, Naruto said. A spell that requires power to maintain. Power you just spent. All of it. He took another step toward her. You feel it, don't you? The spell fraying? Your immortality unraveling? Dalia's hands went to her face. Her skin, smooth, ageless, was changing. Not aging, exactly, but loosening. The magic that held her outside of time's reach was failing, and time was leaning in. No. She stumbled backward. No, I just need, if I can reach the child, the firstborn, you can't reach anyone. Naruto's voice was quiet. Not cruel. Almost gentle. It's over, Dalia. I won't. She lunged at him, not with magic but with her body, hands outstretched like claws, desperation overriding sense. 1,000-year-old immortal reduced to the base animal response, fight or die. Naruto caught her wrists. Held them. Looked into her eyes from inches away. You had a choice, he said. I gave you a choice. You could have walked away. I would rather die than be weak. The words came through her teeth, furious, absolute. I know. He released her wrists and placed one hand against her forehead. So I'll give you mercy instead. His energy flowed through her, not destructive, not violent. Targeted. Precise. It found the spell that maintained her immortality, the structure of it, the architecture, the binding that kept her alive across centuries, and dissolved it. Not with force. With the same technique he'd used on Freya's binding, on the hollow's anchor points. Operating beneath the magic. Dissolving the foundation. Dalia gasped. Her eyes went wide, wider than before, and for just a moment, the rage fell away and something else was there. Something almost like relief. Then she aged. Not slowly. All at once, 1,000 years of denied time crashing in like a wave breaking through a dam. Her face, her body, her being, collapsing inward, compressing, withering. Not grotesque, not the slow horror of decay. More like a flower closing. A chapter ending. A very long story finally reaching its last page. In 10 seconds, Dalia was dust. And the dust scattered on the evening breeze and was gone. The field was silent. Then Freya made a sound, small, involuntary, broken. Not grief, not exactly. Something more complex. The end of a story she'd been trapped in for a millennium. The death of her monster. The strange, unexpected emptiness that came when the thing you'd feared your whole life simply stopped existing. Rebekah was there, at Freya's side in an instant, arm around her shoulders. Sage on the other side. The freed coven, Josephine and her witches, standing witness, their own eyes wet. Naruto let his energy settle. Drew it back in, layer by layer, the golden light fading until he was just himself again, a man standing in a crater, looking at the place where an immortal which had been. Klaus's voice reached him first. Quiet. Almost awed, and Klaus Mikaelson did not do awe. You just, he stopped. Started again. She's gone. Actually gone. Actually gone, Naruto confirmed. 1,000 years of running from her. Of fearing for, Klaus swallowed. Hope is safe. Hope is safe. Klaus moved, fast, vampire fast, and for one alarming moment Naruto thought the hybrid might be attacking him. Instead, Klaus grabbed his shoulder. Not a handshake, not a hug, just a grip. Tight. Anchoring. His eyes were bright with something Naruto had never seen in them before. Thank you, Klaus said. For the second time in his life. And this time, it didn't sound painful. It sounded like prayer. The aftermath was a blur of movement and logistics. Marcel's people moved in to contain the damage, compelling witnesses, cleaning up structural destruction, establishing a cover story about a gas line explosion. Elijah coordinated with efficient grace, his suit somehow still immaculate despite the proximity to supernatural warfare. The freed proxies, Dalia's 12, were disoriented, terrified, and free for the first time in however long they'd been bound. Josephine and her coven took charge of them, speaking softly, offering water and comfort. Naruto watched from a distance and felt satisfied. Not triumphant. Satisfied. The right word for ending something ugly. Freya found him as the last of the cleanup was underway. She was pale, drained, probably, from maintaining the disruption wards throughout the fight, but her eyes were clear. Focused. I felt it, she said. When she died. Through the wards, through the ambient magic, I felt 1,000 years of her spells unravel simultaneously. Bindings she'd placed on covens across Europe. Enchantments on ley lines. Traps and sleeper spells and, all of it. Gone. Her voice trembled. Do you know how many people just woke up tonight? How many witches just felt chains they'd forgotten about fall away? A lot? Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Spread across the world. She shook her head in wonder. You didn't just kill one witch, Naruto. You freed everyone she'd ever touched. He hadn't thought about that. Hadn't considered the ripple effects beyond the immediate threat. But of course, a witch as old and far-reaching as Dalia wouldn't have just one captive or two. She'd have networks. Systems. Centuries of accumulated control. All gone now. Good, he said simply. Freya laughed, slightly hysterical, slightly giddy. Good. He says, good. Like liberating hundreds of enslaved witches is just a pleasant side effect. Isn't it? She stared at him. Then she stepped forward and hugged him, fierce and brief and tight. You wonderful, impossible man. She pulled back just as quickly, composing herself. I need to process. I need to be alone for, she gestured vaguely. A while. Take all the time you need. She nodded. Turned. Took 3 steps and stopped. Naruto. Yeah. I'm yours. She said it over her shoulder, direct, unembellished. Not because you freed me. Not because you killed her. Because you gave me a choice, and I'm making it. Understood? Understood. She walked into the night, and Naruto watched her go with a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his energy reserves. The celebration at the compound was impromptu and chaotic and entirely Rebekah's doing. She declared that the defeat of a 1,000-year-old immortal which warranted alcohol, copious amounts of it, immediately, and somehow within an hour the compound's courtyard was lit with candles and filled with music and there was enough bourbon to float a barge. Klaus, to everyone's surprise, didn't retreat to his study. He stayed. Drank. Spoke to people without threatening them. At one point, Naruto watched him have an actual conversation with Marcel, the two of them in a corner, voices low, expressions almost civil. Whatever Klaus was feeling tonight, it had loosened something in him. The constant grinding tension, the fear for hope, the paranoia, the siege mentality, had eased, at least temporarily. Elijah danced with Rebekah. An old waltz, probably centuries out of fashion, performed in the courtyard with exaggerated formality that made them both laugh. Sage watched from the stairs with a glass of wine and an expression that was almost soft. Naruto stood on the second-floor balcony, overlooking the courtyard, and let the warmth of it wash over him. Rebekah appeared beside him. She had a bourbon in each hand, offered one without asking. You're brooding, she said. I'm observing. Same thing, with you. She leaned on the railing beside him, their shoulders touching. How do you feel? Tired. Good. Relieved. He took a drink. She's gone, Becca. Really gone. I know. Her voice was quiet. It doesn't feel real yet. Like I'm going to wake up tomorrow and there'll be another threat. Another sword hanging over us. There will be. There's always another threat. He looked at her sideways. But we handled this one. Together. That's not nothing. It's not nothing, she agreed. She was quiet for a moment, watching her brothers below, Klaus mid-conversation, Elijah mid-laugh. Something she probably hadn't seen in years. They're happy, she said. Actually happy. Both of them. When's the last time that happened? I honestly can't remember. Me neither. She turned to face him, leaning her hip against the railing. Naruto. I need to say something, and I need you to just, let me say it. Okay. I've loved people. Over the centuries. Men. Some of them good, some of them terrible. And Klaus killed most of them, and the ones he didn't kill he drove away, and I survived each time because that's what I do. I survive. She held his gaze, steady and fierce. But I never loved any of them the way I love this. This? This. She gestured at the courtyard below. At the scene, the celebration, the family, the gathered people. At him. What you've built here. What you are. Not a kingdom, not a throne or a crown or a chain. Just, she struggled for the word. A reason. To stay. To care. To not turn it all off and become the thing Klaus fears we all are underneath. Naruto set his glass down. Gave her his full attention. You are my reason, Rebekah said. You have been for a very long time. Not romantically, or not only that. It's bigger than that. You're the proof that power doesn't have to corrupt. That immortality doesn't have to hollow you out. That you can live 1,000 years and still be, her voice caught. Still be good. He took her hand. She gripped back hard, vampire strength unchecked, and it would have broken a human's fingers. You're good too, Becca. I know. Because you showed me that was possible. She lifted his hand and pressed her lips to his knuckles, brief, intense, a gesture that meant more than a kiss on the mouth would have. Whatever comes next, the hollow, Michael, the next century, I'm here. Always. I know. They stood like that for a while, hand in hand on the balcony, watching the celebration below, saying nothing because nothing needed saying. Two immortals who'd found something worth living for. Something beyond survival. The celebration wound down near 3 a.m. People drifted away, Marcel back to his territory, the coven to their homes, the freed proxies to temporary housing Elijah had arranged with supernatural efficiency. Naruto was helping Rebekah collect empty glasses from the courtyard when he felt it. A pulse. Deep underground. Familiar. He froze. Set down the glasses carefully. Naruto? Rebekah's voice, alert. What is it? The pulse came again. Stronger. More urgent. Not the slow dreaming awareness he'd felt for weeks, this was something else. Active. Awake. The hollow. Get Klaus, Naruto said. Get everyone. What's happening? The ground shook. Subtly, barely enough to rattle the glasses on the table. But Naruto felt it like an earthquake in his bones. Dalia's death. All that magical energy released at once, it didn't just dissipate. He closed his eyes, extending his senses downward. It went into the ground. Into the ley lines. Into another pulse. The ley lines beneath New Orleans blazed, not with their usual steady glow but with Dalia's residual power, pouring into the earth, flowing downward along predetermined channels. Flowing toward the convergence point. Toward the hollow's prison. The magical energy from Dalia's death is feeding directly into the hollow, Naruto said. His voice was level but his jaw was tight. My reinforcements, the substrate repairs, they're holding. But if enough energy reaches the prison, the ground shook again. Harder this time. Glasses toppled off the table and shattered. She's waking up, Naruto said. The hollow is waking up. Rebekah moved, blurring to the stairs, shouting for her brothers. Naruto stood in the courtyard and felt the city shift beneath him. The ley lines pulsing. The ancient binding straining against his reinforcements. The vast hungry consciousness below stirring from its enforced sleep with more energy than it had tasted in centuries, courtesy of a dead witch's final contribution to chaos. He hadn't considered this. hadn't factored in the magical fallout of Dalia's demise. 1,000 years of accumulated power, released in one moment, flowing into the ground like water finding the lowest point. And the lowest point in New Orleans' supernatural geography was the Hollow's prison. Stupid. He should have seen it. Klaus appeared at the balcony above, Elijah behind him. What's happening? The Hollow. It's waking. Dalia's death energy is fueling it. Can you stop it? I don't know. Honesty. No room for bravado now. I reinforced the binding, but this is more energy than I planned for. If it breaks through, a crack. Audible this time, not in the physical world but in the magical one. A sound that every supernatural being in the city heard at a frequency beyond normal hearing. The sound of ancient magic straining. Fracturing. That was an anchor point, Freya said. She'd appeared, still in her clothes from the fight, still pale, but present. Phone in hand. The Bayou site. The northern one. It's failing. Naruto was already moving. I need to get underground. To the central binding point, Lafayette Cemetery. If I can shore up the main anchor, it doesn't matter if the peripheral ones fail. I'm coming with you, Sage said. She'd materialized from somewhere, how she'd gotten there so fast, Naruto didn't know. Didn't care. We all are, Rebekah said. No. Naruto stopped at the courtyard gate. Turned. I need Klaus and Elijah here. If the Hollow breaks free, the first thing it'll do is reach for the nearest power sources. Hope is in the bayou, she needs protection. Klaus, go to her. Klaus's face contorted, the war between protecting his daughter and refusing to leave a fight visible in every line of his body. But there wasn't really a choice. There never was, with hope. Go, Naruto said. You're the only one fast enough and strong enough to get to her and get her out if this goes wrong. Klaus moved. 1 second he was on the balcony, the next he was gone. Running. The fastest Naruto had ever seen him move. Elijah, stay here. Coordinate. If the Hollow manifests physically, we'll need you directing the response. Understood. Elijah's voice was crisp. Calm in crisis, his greatest strength. Freya, Sage, Rebekah, with me. Lafayette Cemetery. Now. They ran. The cemetery was alive. Not metaphorically. The ground was vibrating, gravestones rattling in their settings, the old stone crypts humming with resonance. The magical energy flowing through the ley lines was visible now, even to non-enhanced sight, veins of pale blue light running along the ground like luminescent roots, all converging toward the central mausoleum. Naruto reached the anchor point and dropped to his knees, hands against the earth. What he felt made his stomach drop. His reinforcement, the substrate repair he'd nearly killed himself achieving a week ago, was holding. But barely. The influx of Dalia's death energy was enormous, 1,000 years of power all flowing into one point, hammering against the binding like a battering ram. Every second, it eroded more. Every second, the binding weakened. And beneath it, the Hollow. Awake now. Fully awake. Not the dreaming, fragmentary consciousness he'd communicated with before. This was alert. Focused. Pushing upward with deliberate intent. How bad? Sage asked. She was crouched beside him, her hand on his shoulder, grounding. Bad. The energy influx is enormous. More than I can just absorb or redirect. I need to, he thought. Calculated. I need to intercept the energy before it reaches the prison. Cut it off at the source. Stop the flow. How? Freya asked. She was scanning the area with her magic, her face drawn with concentration. It's flowing through every ley line in the city. You'd have to block them all simultaneously. Not block. Ground. Naruto's mind raced. Like a lightning rod. If I can create a grounding point, somewhere for the energy to discharge harmlessly before it reaches the prison, you'd have to be the grounding point, Freya said. Her voice was sharp with realization. You'd have to absorb all of it. All of Dalia's residual power. Simultaneously. Yes. That's, Naruto, that's 1,000 years of accumulated magical energy. Even for you, do I have a choice? Freya's mouth opened. Closed. She looked at the glowing ley lines, growing brighter by the second, and at the ground shaking beneath their feet. No, she admitted. Naruto stood. Centered himself. Looked at the three women around him, sage, steady and ready. Rebekah, fierce and frightened. Freya, calculating and determined. I need you to keep me anchored, he said. Physical contact. My consciousness is going to be, spread thin. Very thin. If I lose myself in the flow, we'll hold you, Rebekah said immediately. What does that mean, practically? Sage asked. Hold on to me. Talk to me. Don't let me forget who I am. He met each of their eyes in turn. Please. No hesitation. Sage took his left hand. Rebekah his right. Freya placed both hands on his shoulders from behind, her magic flowing into him, stabilizing, a scaffold for his consciousness. Naruto closed his eyes. Opened himself. All of himself. Not 5%. Not 20. Not the released constraints he'd used against Dalia. Everything. Every reserve. Every locked door. Every limit he'd placed on himself over centuries of careful modulation. He became the grounding point. The ley lines shifted. The flow of energy, that massive torrent of Dalia's death magic pouring toward the Hollow's prison, changed direction. Found a new path. A better path. A point of lower resistance that drew the energy like gravity drew water. Him. It hit like a tsunami. 1,000 years of accumulated witch magic, powerful, complex, layered with a millennium of intention and hunger and rage, poured into Naruto all at once. His body arched. His eyes flew open, blazing gold, brighter than the sun, lighting the cemetery like noon. The energy filled him and kept filling, and for the first time in this second life, Naruto felt full. Truly full. The vast ocean of his power, which had never before reached capacity, was approaching its limits. He screamed. Couldn't help it, the pressure was beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond anything his body was designed to contain. His cells strained. His consciousness fragmented. He started to lose himself in the torrent, becoming the energy rather than containing it. Naruto. Rebekah's voice. His hand in hers, her grip crushing, vampire strength applied without restraint, pain cutting through the dissolution. Stay here. Stay with me. You promised. You promised you'd stay. The binding, Freya's voice behind him, tight with effort. Her magic wrapped around his consciousness like a net, holding the pieces together. It's working. The flow is redirecting. The prison is stabilizing. Just, hold on. Hold it. Sage's hand in his left. She wasn't speaking, just holding. Her presence a constant. An anchor. 900 years of vampire strength channeled into simply not letting go. The flow peaked. Crested. And then, began to ebb. Dalia's death energy was finite. Enormous, but finite. And Naruto was absorbing it. Taking it in, transmuting it from dark magic into raw natural energy, incorporating it into himself. The ocean filling past its usual level, but the shores held. The container didn't break. Seconds. A minute. 2. The torrent slowed to a river. The river to a stream. The stream to a trickle. And then, nothing. The flow stopped. The ley lines dimmed to their normal glow. The ground stopped shaking. The cemetery went still. Naruto's eyes dimmed, the blazing gold fading to his normal blue. He was standing. Still standing. Sage and Rebekah still gripping his hands, Freya still anchoring from behind. He breathed. Done, he managed. His voice was barely a whisper. Done. It's done. His knees buckled. All three of them caught him, Sage and Rebekah under his arms, Freya supporting his back. They lowered him to the ground together, careful, coordinated. The binding? He asked. Needed to know. Freya closed her eyes, scanning. Holding. Reinforced, actually stronger than before. The energy you deflected, some of it went into the substrate. Hardened it further. She opened her eyes. The hollow is still awake, but it's contained. The prison is intact. And hope? Rebekah pulled out her phone. Checked. Klaus says, she's fine. He's with her. The pack is agitated but no one's hurt. Naruto let his head fall back against the cold stone of the mausoleum. Stared up at the night sky, clear now, stars visible, the magical storm past. That, he said to no one in particular, was too close. It was. Sage's voice. Still holding his hand. Don't do that again. I'll try not to. I mean it. She was crouching beside him, her face close, her expression intense. Don't. Do that. Again. Not without more preparation. Not without backup. Not without, Sage. He squeezed her hand. I hear you. She held his gaze for a moment longer. Then she sat back, releasing a breath, and some of the tension left her shoulders. Rebekah was on his other side, her hand in his still, her expression a complicated mix of relief and fury. Twice, she said. Twice in 9 days you've nearly destroyed yourself. Do you have a death wish? Quite the opposite. Then start acting like it. She pressed her forehead to his shoulder, brief, fierce. You impossible, reckless, wonderful idiot. Naruto smiled. Exhausted. Depleted. Alive. I love you too, Becca. Freya was standing over them, arms crossed, but her eyes were soft. We should get you somewhere safe. You need to recover, properly this time. Not 16 hours. Days. We might not have, we have time, Freya said firmly. I can feel it. The binding is the strongest it's been in centuries, thanks to you. The hollow isn't going anywhere. And Dalia is gone. She bent down and offered him her hand. Come on. Up. Let's go home. Home. The word landed somewhere in Naruto's chest with surprising weight. He took her hand. Let them pull him up. Leaned on Sage and Rebekah as they walked out of the cemetery, slow, human pace, no supernatural speed. Just 4 people walking through the New Orleans night, together. Behind them, deep beneath the city, the hollow pressed against its reinforced prison, awake, aware, and for the first time in its existence, patient. Waiting. Not fighting its chains. Thinking. Above them, the stars turned. The city breathed. And somewhere in the bayou, Klaus Mikaelson held his daughter against his chest and listened to her heartbeat and knew, for the first time in his long life, that she was safe. That someone had made her safe. That the cost had been willingly paid. He pressed his lips to Hope's forehead and whispered something that only she could hear. Then he pulled out his phone and typed a single message to Naruto, she's okay. You kept your word. Naruto read it in the back seat of Rebekah's car, Sage driving, Freya in the passenger seat checking her phone for updates from the coven. He typed back, always. Klaus's response was immediate. 2 words that meant more than any speech, any declaration, any formal acknowledgement. I know. Chapter 5, What Kings Are Made of 3 Days of Sleep. Not continuous, Naruto drifted in and out, surfacing to drink water or eat whatever Sage left on the table beside his mattress, then sinking back into the deep restorative rest his body demanded. His energy reserves refilled slowly, like a lake rising after drought. The vast emptiness left by absorbing Dalia's death magic gradually filled with his own power, golden and warm and familiar. On the second day, he woke to find Rebekah asleep in the chair beside him, actually asleep, which vampires didn't need to do. She'd chosen to. Her head was tipped back, blonde hair spilling over the chair's arm, one hand dangling near his mattress as if she'd fallen asleep reaching for him. He watched her for a moment, the vulnerability of it, the trust, and then closed his eyes and let himself drift back under. On the third day, he woke fully. Sat up. Stretched. Felt the energy humming through him, not at full capacity yet, maybe 80%, but enough. More than enough for anything short of another primordial crisis. His loft smelled like coffee and something baking. Sage was in the kitchen area, such as it was, pulling something from an oven he didn't remember owning. "Did you buy me an oven?" he asked, his voice rusty from disuse. "Rebekah did. She said you couldn't live on takeout and toast forever." Sage set the baking tray on the counter, muffins, from the look of them. "How do you feel?" "Like myself again." He stood. Rolled his shoulders. Extended his senses outward in a reflexive sweep of the city. The ley lines pulsed steadily, healthy, regular. The Hollow's prison held firm. No hostile presences within range. New Orleans felt calm. For the first time since he'd arrived. "What did I miss?" he asked, accepting a muffin and a cup of coffee. "Freya's been working with Lenore's coven on long-term monitoring for the binding. They've established a rotation, which is checking the anchor points daily." Sage leaned against the counter. Klaus took Hope and Haley to a safe house outside the city for 2 days. Came back yesterday. He's been different. Different how? Less volatile. Less controlling. He actually let Rebekah leave the compound without an interrogation about where she was going. Sage smiled slightly. Elijah thinks the Dalia threat being gone has released pressure he didn't know Klaus was carrying. What about Marcel? Waiting. He knows you owe him a conversation about the witches. He's been patient, surprisingly so. She paused. I think the light show you put on scared him. In a useful way. And Michael? Sage's expression shifted. Nothing. No sign. No contact. He's out there somewhere, but wherever he is, he's lying low. Naruto filed that away. Michael was a patient hunter when he chose to be. The man had tracked Klaus for 1,000 years. His absence wasn't comfort. It was a countdown. And you? Naruto asked. How are you? Sage raised an eyebrow. I'm the one who's supposed to be asking that. You've been here 3 days watching me sleep. I'm asking. Something softened in her expression. I'm good. Actually good. Not the kind of good where you're performing it. The kind where, she looked out the window. I spent 900 years defining myself by Finn. By my devotion to him. By waiting for him. And now I'm here, doing something that matters, standing with people who actually show up. And it feels real. Real. She turned back to him. Thank you. For letting me be part of this. You let yourself be part of it. I just didn't say no. She threw a dish towel at his head. He caught it. They both smiled. Naruto met Marcel at the abattoir that afternoon. The Vampire King was in his element, seated in a high-backed chair in the courtyard, legs crossed, a tumbler of bourbon in hand. Relaxed. But his eyes tracked Naruto's entrance with the sharp attention of a man who'd spent a century holding power and knew when it was shifting beneath him. "You look better," Marcel said. "Heard you were down for 3 days. I'm a heavy sleeper." "Unmatched." Marcel gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit. Drink. We have business." Naruto sat. Declined the drink. "The witches. The witches." Marcel set his own glass down. "You made me a deal. You talked to me about releasing my hold on the covens. Here you are. Talking. Here I am." Naruto leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Marcel. Why do you control the witches?" "Because if I don't, they'll plot against me. Against the vampires. They've done it before, tried to overthrow vampire rule, tried to tip the balance of power. The only thing that keeps the peace is the threat of consequences." That's one interpretation. It's the truth. I was there. I built this city from the ashes of what Klaus left behind. The witches were the first threat I had to neutralize. And now? Decades later? You're still neutralizing a threat that doesn't exist anymore? Marcel's jaw tightened. It still exists. You haven't been here long enough to see. I've been here long enough to see a community of witches stripped of their heritage, forbidden from practicing their ancestral magic, living under the thumb of someone who claims to be protecting the peace. Naruto's voice was steady, not accusatory. Just clear. That's not peace, Marcel. That's subjugation. Don't lecture me about subjugation. Marcel's voice dropped, cold, hard. The weight of his history in every syllable. I know what subjugation looks like. Then you should know better than to practice it. Silence. Marcel's eyes were dangerous, the kind of dangerous that preceded violence in most conversations. But Naruto held his gaze without flinching, without threat, without challenge. Just honesty. What are you proposing? Marcel asked finally. Release the restrictions on witch magic. All of them. Let the covens practice freely, their ancestral magic, their traditions, their connections to the other side. In exchange, I'll personally guarantee their behavior. You'll guarantee, if any coven moves against you or the vampire community, I'll handle it. Not you. Me. Neutral arbitration instead of vampire enforcement. Naruto spread his hands. You keep the peace without being the oppressor. The witches get their freedom without losing stability. And if you're not here? If you leave again, disappear for 90 years like you did before? I won't. You can't promise that. I can. I am. I'm staying in New Orleans, Marcel. This is my home now. He said it simply, and the truth of it settled in his own chest as he spoke. When had that happened? When had this city stopped being a destination and become a home? Somewhere between the first dawn on his rooftop and the last night in the cemetery. Somewhere between Rebekah's oath and Freya's tears and Sage's pasta and Klaus's whispered thank you. Marcel was studying him, that sharp intelligence working behind the charismatic facade. You're asking me to give up a significant portion of my power structure. I'm asking you to evolve it. You built something remarkable here, Marcel. A city where supernaturals coexist. Where vampires and humans and witches share space. That's genuinely impressive. Naruto meant it, and let that sincerity show. But the version of it where you're the warden and the witches are the inmates, that's not sustainable. It breeds resentment. It breeds exactly the plotting and rebellion you're trying to prevent. So I should just trust them? No. Trust is earned. But you should give them the chance to earn it instead of preemptively punishing them for crimes they haven't committed. Marcel was quiet for a long time. He picked up his bourbon. Set it down without drinking. Picked it up again. Lenore, he said. She's the one who came to you. She's the one who asked. But the whole community feels it. I know. The admission seemed to cost him something. I know they do. I'm not, he ran a hand over his face. I'm not blind to it. I tell myself it's necessary. That the alternative is chaos. But, he looked at Naruto directly. You really think neutral arbitration can work? I think it's better than what you have now. And I think you know that. Marcel drained his bourbon in one long pull. Set the empty glass down with finality. Fine. Trial period. 3 months. You arbitrate disputes between the covens and the vampire community. The witches get their magic back, all of it. If it works, if the peace holds, he extended his hand. Then we make it permanent. Naruto took his hand. Deal. Marcel's grip was firm. His expression was unreadable for a moment, then something shifted. Something that looked almost like respect. Genuine respect, not the wary acknowledgement he'd been offering before. You know what you're doing, don't you? Marcel said. Piece by piece, the witches, the Mikaelsons, me. You're reshaping this city without anyone feeling like they lost. I'm not reshaping anything. I'm just making space. For people to be better. Marcel shook his head slowly. That's either naive or brilliant. I haven't decided which. Let me know when you figure it out. Marcel laughed. Genuine. Warm. Get out of my house, man. I have calls to make. Lenore's going to be insufferable about this. Naruto left the abattoir feeling lighter than he had in days. One problem resolved. The witches freed. Marcel brought into something approaching genuine governance rather than tyranny. Another thread in the tapestry of what this city could be. His phone buzzed. Freya, come to the compound. I've found something about the hollow you need to see. Freya's research had taken over Elijah's entire study. Books were stacked on every surface, some ancient, leather-bound, falling apart. Some modern, academic texts on Louisiana folklore, geological surveys, anthropological studies of pre-colonial indigenous magic. Papers covered the desk in layers, covered in Freya's precise handwriting. A map of New Orleans dominated one wall, marked with dozens of pins and connecting threads. She was in the center of it all, cross-legged on the floor surrounded by open texts, when Naruto arrived. You look like a woman possessed, he said from the doorway. I've been sleeping 4 hours a night for 3 days. I think I might be. She looked up, her eyes bright with that scholarly fire he'd come to recognize. Sit. Listen. He sat on the floor across from her, mirroring her position. What did you find? The hollow, Inadu, was bound 4,000 years ago by a coalition of indigenous witch lineages. The binding ritual was complex, it required 4 sacrifices. 4 powerful witches, each one volunteering to become part of the binding itself. Their spirits became the anchor points. The sites I reinforced. Exactly. But here's what I didn't know before, what took me 3 days of cross-referencing to find. Freya pulled a crumbling manuscript from a pile and held it up. The binding wasn't just physical. It was conceptual. The 4 witches didn't just trap Inadu's body, they trapped her nature. Her hunger. The binding works by containing not just her power but her fundamental drive to consume. Okay. And when you reinforced the anchor points, when you poured your energy into the substrate, you didn't just strengthen the physical prison. Freya leaned forward. You gave the binding a new conceptual component. Your energy, your nature, is self-sustaining. Complete. The opposite of hunger. And now that's woven into the prison. Naruto processed this. I'm saying the Hollow's prison isn't just holding her anymore. It's teaching her. Your energy, the completeness of it, the self-sustaining equilibrium, is being broadcast into her space constantly. Like being in a room that smells like satisfaction when you're starving. It doesn't feed her. But it gives her the concept of fullness. Of not hunger. He thought about the dream. About Anadu saying she'd think about what he'd told her, about connection instead of consumption. About the fact that she'd been patient since the cemetery. Not pushing. Not fighting. Thinking. That's why she stopped pushing against the binding, Naruto said. I think so. She's not just contained, she's experiencing something she's never experienced before. The idea that existence doesn't have to be about feeding. Freya set the manuscript down. It won't solve the problem permanently. She's still immensely powerful, still fundamentally a being of hunger. But it might create the conditions for a different kind of resolution than just keep her locked up forever. What kind of resolution? Freya hesitated. I don't know yet. Maybe, communication. Negotiation. Something more deliberate than what you did in the dream. A real conversation about what she wants and what's possible. She met his eyes. But not now. Not this week. This is a long-term project. Months. Maybe years. I can work with that. Naruto nodded slowly. Anything else? One more thing. Freya's expression shifted, something heavier settling in. The binding's current configuration, with your energy woven in, it means you're connected to the Hollow. Not bound to her. Not controlled. But linked. If she ever does break free, you'll feel it immediately. And she'll be drawn to you first. Like a beacon. Like a counterpart. The only being on this plane that matches her nature. Freya's voice was careful. I wanted you to know. No surprises. Naruto thought about this. About being linked to a primordial entity of hunger, tied to her by the very act of trying to contain her. It should have been alarming. Maybe it was, somewhere beneath his calm. But mostly it felt appropriate. In his first life, he'd carried a demon for years. Been linked to something vast and dangerous. And that link had eventually become his greatest source of strength. Maybe history rhymed. Thank you, he said. For finding this. For telling me. Of course. She uncrossed her legs and stretched, her back popping audibly. Now. Will you please go eat something? Sage has been texting me every hour asking if you've eaten properly and I'm tired of lying. You've been lying? I've been saying, probably, which is technically not a lie. He laughed and stood, offering her a hand up. She took it, her fingers cool against his warm palm, and let him pull her to her feet. For a moment they stood close, hands still joined, and something passed between them. Not romantic, or not only. Recognition. Partnership. The bond between people who'd faced impossible things together and come out the other side. Go, Freya said, releasing his hand. Eat. I'll keep working. The week that followed was the closest thing to peace Naruto had experienced in decades. Without Dalia's threat looming, without the immediate crisis of the Hollow's awakening, New Orleans settled into something approaching normalcy. Or what passed for normalcy in a city ruled by vampires, populated by witches, and frequented by werewolves. The witches celebrated their freedom with 3 days of unrestrained magic, Lenore's coven performing rituals they hadn't been able to do in decades, their ancestral connections reopening like long-blocked channels finally flowing. The magical atmosphere of the city shifted, healthier, more vibrant. Even the ley lines seemed to respond, their pulse strengthening and steadying. Marcel adapted with surprising grace. The 3-month trial was barely a week old and already working, two minor disputes between witches and vampires resolved through arbitration rather than threat. Marcel attended both sessions, watching Naruto mediate with an expression that started skeptical and ended thoughtful. Klaus was different. Not transformed. Not suddenly warm and generous and open. But the edges were softer. The paranoia less acute. He spent time with hope, actual time, not strategic positioning, and Naruto watched from a distance as the original hybrid sat on a blanket in the compound courtyard and let his infant daughter grab his finger and babble at him while he smiled. It wasn't a revolution. It was a beginning. And beginnings were enough. The 8th day after Dalia's defeat, Naruto called them together. Not at the compound, at his loft. His space. It felt important somehow, the territory aspect of it. Claiming this as his own ground rather than operating always in Mikaelson spaces. Rebekah arrived first, because of course she did. Sage second. Freya third, with ink on her fingers and a book still in hand that she was reluctant to set down. They gathered on his rooftop as the sun set, the three of them plus him, the golden hour painting everything warm. "What's this about?" Rebekah asked. She was sitting on the ledge, legs dangling over the edge, fearless as always. "I want to talk about what comes next," Naruto said. He was standing, leaning against the ventilation structure, arms crossed. "The immediate threats are handled. Dalia's gone. The hollow is contained. Michael is in the wind but not an immediate problem. For the first time since I got here, we have breathing room. I sense a but coming," Sage said. She was cross-legged on the roof's surface, wine glass in hand. Not a but. A question. He looked at each of them. "What do you want?" Silence. The three women exchanged glances, surprised, maybe. Or uncertain. "What do you mean?" Freya asked. "I mean, you've all sworn loyalty to me. You've all chosen to stand with me. But I've never asked what you want that standing to look like. What you want your lives to be now that the crisis has passed." He uncrossed his arms. "I don't want to be another person who defines your existence for you. So, what do you want?" Rebekah spoke first. She'd been thinking about this, he could tell from the way the words came immediately, preformed, decided. "I want a life," she said. "A real one. Not hiding, not running, not being shuttled between crises. I want to wake up in the morning and not immediately calculate threats. I want to have friends, human friends, who don't know what I am. I want," she paused. "I want normal. Or as close to it as I can get. You can have that here. I know. That's why I'm staying." She smiled. For the first time in 1,000 years, staying somewhere feels like a choice rather than a trap. Sage went next. "I want purpose. Not the kind that comes from devotion to a person, I've had that, and it consumed me. I want," she considered. "I want to be good at something that matters. Protecting people. Fighting when fighting is needed. Being the sharp edge when the world requires it." She looked at Naruto directly. "I want to be your lieutenant. Not a subordinate, a partner. Someone who handles the things you can't or shouldn't while you focus on the bigger picture." "Done," Naruto said. "What else?" "A garden." The admission was slightly sheepish. "I want to grow things. It's stupid, a vampire who gardens, but it's not stupid. The building has a roof garden space that the previous tenant never used. It's yours." Sage's smile was small and bright and genuine. "Okay. Good." Freya was last. She'd been quiet, thinking, as she always did. Processing before speaking. "I want knowledge," she said. "Freedom to learn without limit. To explore magic, and what you are, without fear of reprisal. Dalia used my curiosity as a leash. I want to reclaim it as a joy. She pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. And I want family. Real family. The kind where people fight and forgive and come back. I'm new at that. I need practice. You'll get practice. This group, he gestured at the four of them, is not short on drama. I've noticed. She smiled. And Naruto, I want to solve the hollow. Long term. I want it to be my project, my purpose, as Sage would say. Finding a resolution that doesn't require eternal imprisonment. Applying what you are, what your energy does to her, in a deliberate, structured way. That's ambitious. I've had 1,000 years of captivity to develop ambition. Naruto nodded. Looked at the three of them, Rebekah on the ledge, Sage on the floor, Freya hugging her knees. 3 powerful women who'd chosen him. Not because he demanded it. Not because he'd saved them, though he had. Because of who he was. What he represented. I want something too, he said. From all of you. They waited. I want honesty. If I'm wrong, tell me. If I'm overstepping, say so. If I'm being reckless or arrogant or blind, call me on it. He met each pair of eyes. I'm powerful. More powerful than almost anything in this world. That's dangerous, not because I'll misuse it intentionally, but because power distorts perspective. I need people around me who will challenge me. Keep me human. He smiled slightly. Figuratively speaking. That, Rebekah said, will not be a problem. I've never had difficulty telling you when you're being an idiot. Seconded, Sage said. Thirded, Freya added. Enthusiastically. Good. He pushed off the wall. Then we're agreed. This is what we are. Not a coven, not an army, not a faction. Just us. Choosing each other. Every day. Every day, Rebekah echoed. The sunset had faded while they talked, the sky shifting from gold to purple to deep blue. Stars emerging, one by one. The city below humming with its usual evening energy, music and life and the eternal persistence of New Orleans refusing to be anything less than fully alive. Naruto felt something settle in him. Something that had been unmoored for decades, maybe centuries, finally finding purchase. He'd spent his first life building bonds. Fighting for them. Dying for them. And when that life ended, he'd spent his second one largely alone, centuries of isolation broken by brief connections that never quite stuck. This stuck. This was sticking. And then Sage's hand was on his arm and she said, "Company," and her voice was sharp, and Naruto's senses snapped outward and he felt it too. Michael. Moving fast. Coming from the east this time, a different approach. And he wasn't alone. Something was with him. Something wrong. Something that felt like Michael's vampire signature wrapped around something else, something dark and old and poisonous. A magic Naruto didn't recognize, bonded to the original vampire like armor. What is that? Freya breathed. She could feel it too, her witch senses flaring in alarm. Michael, Naruto said. But changed. He's augmented somehow. There's something layered over him. Magic that shouldn't be there. Black magic, Freya said, her eyes closing as she focused. No, not black magic. Something older. Something, her eyes flew open. That's sacrificial binding magic. He's bound something to himself. Something powerful. Rebekah was on her feet, every line of her body coiled for action. How powerful? The answer came as Michael appeared. He landed on a rooftop across from them, 4 stories up, 100 yards away. But even at that distance, the change was visible. He was larger, not physically, but in presence. His signature, which had been formidable before, was now massive. Swollen. Bloated with something that didn't belong to him. And his eyes were wrong. They glowed. Not vampire gold. Something darker. Deeper. A dull, pulsing red-black that had nothing to do with vampirism. He found dark objects, Freya said, her voice tight. Powerful ones. He's bound them to himself, fused their power with his own. She was calculating visibly, assessing. At least 4. Maybe 5. Each one a significant magical artifact. Combined, he's strong enough to challenge you, Sage finished, looking at Naruto. Maybe. Naruto stepped to the edge of his roof. Looked across the gap at Michael, at this twisted version of the man who'd hunted his children for a millennium. Or maybe he just thinks he is. Michael smiled. That same predator's smile, but wrong now. Too wide. Too many teeth. The dark magic was affecting him, changing him. I told you I'd return, Michael called across the distance. His voice carried that augmented power, resonant, layered, echoing. You broke my stake. So I found new weapons. He spread his arms, and the air around him rippled with dark energy. Do you like them? I've spent a productive week collecting artifacts that lesser beings couldn't touch. Dark objects that would destroy anything not strong enough to contain them. They're destroying you, Naruto said. He could see it, the way the dark magic was eating at Michael's essence. Corroding him from within even as it empowered him. You've bound things to yourself that aren't compatible with what you are. They'll burn you out. Perhaps. But not before I've accomplished my task. Michael's eyes, that wrong red-black glow, fixed on the women behind Naruto. My children chose you. Over me. Over family. Over blood. They gave you what should have been mine, their loyalty. Their devotion. His voice twisted. So I'll take from you what was taken from me. I'll destroy what they love and make them watch. You were never going to get their loyalty, Michael. Naruto's voice was steady. Not through fear. Not through violence. Love isn't something you beat into people. Love is earned through strength. The roar shattered windows on 3 nearby buildings. The dark magic flared around Michael like a storm, visible now, tendrils of black-red energy lashing the air. I gave them strength. I made them warriors. And they repay me with this, choosing an outsider over their own father. You weren't Klaus's father. The words hit like a physical blow. Michael rocked backward, just slightly, and the madness in his eyes flared brighter. But you raised him anyway, Naruto continued. Had a choice. Every day. To be his father regardless of blood. To love him anyway. And every day, you chose cruelty instead. He let that sit. Your children didn't choose me over you, Michael. They fled from you. I just happened to be where they landed. Michael snarled, beyond words now, beyond rationality. The dark objects bound to him were feeding on his rage, amplifying it, pushing him past whatever reason remained. He attacked. The distance between the rooftops disappeared as Michael launched himself across it, a missile of dark energy and vampire fury, aimed at Naruto with everything he had. The air screamed in his wake. Move! Naruto barked, and the 3 women scattered, Sage left, Rebekah right, Freya back toward the rooftop stairs. Not running. Repositioning. Naruto met Michael's charge. The impact was catastrophic. The rooftop beneath them cratered, concrete and rebar buckling downward, the entire structure groaning. Michael's fists blazed with dark energy that burned where it touched, a corrosive, consuming force that ate through matter. He was faster than before. Stronger. The dark objects had elevated him beyond normal original parameters, far beyond. But Naruto was still Naruto. He blocked. Countered. Absorbed the dark energy strikes on his forearms and burned them away with his own power. Each exchange shook the building. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling outward. Michael fought with a millennium of skill and the desperate fury of a man who'd bet everything on this moment. His strikes were precise, aimed at joints, at pressure points, at the specific spots that would incapacitate even supernatural beings. And behind each one, the dark magic pulsed, seeking entry, seeking weakness, seeking the way inside. Naruto gave him nothing. He fought back, finally, decisively. A palm strike to Michael's chest sent the vampire staggering. A sweep took his legs, impossible for an original, yet it happened. And then Naruto's hand was around Michael's throat, lifting, the same move as before, but this time Michael's dark magic surged against his grip, trying to corrode, trying to burn through. It failed. Naruto's energy wrapped around the dark magic and simply neutralized it. Not absorbed. Not redirected. Made inert. The fundamental force of his nature asserting itself over the parasitic power Michael had bound to his body. Michael's eyes went wide. The red-black glow flickered. No, Michael clawed at Naruto's hand. The objects, they can't, they're artificial. Imposed. They don't belong to you. Naruto held him suspended, one-handed, and reached with his free hand toward Michael's chest. Not physically, with his energy. Reaching for the bindings that held the dark objects to Michael's essence. And they're killing you. Whatever's left of you behind all this rage, it's being consumed. I don't care. I don't, let me go, no. Naruto found the first binding. Dissolved it. A dark object, something small and invisible but radiating malice, separated from Michael's essence and fell, inert. Michael screamed. The red-black glow dimmed slightly. The second binding. Dissolved. Another scream. Michael thrashing like a fish on a line, all original strength directed at breaking free, and accomplishing nothing. Third. Fourth. Each one extracted like a splinter from infected flesh, Michael's augmented power diminishing with each removal, his borrowed strength draining away, the corrosive dark energy dispersing into the night air. 5 objects total. 5 bindings. When the last one fell away, Michael was, himself again. Diminished. An original vampire, immensely powerful still, but merely original. No dark augmentation. No borrowed magic. Just an old man full of hate. Naruto set him down. Didn't release his throat, kept him pinned against what remained of the rooftop ledge, but let his feet touch ground. Michael was shaking. Whether from rage or from the trauma of having the objects ripped away or from something else entirely, impossible to say. It's done, Naruto said. Your weapons are gone. Your augmentation is gone. You're yourself again, for whatever that's worth. Michael's eyes were blue again. Normal. Vampiric. And in them, beneath the fury, beneath the hatred, beneath a millennium of obsession, there was something broken. Something that had always been broken. Why won't you let me end it? Michael whispered. They're monsters. All of them. Abominations. I made them, my wife made them, and they've spent 1,000 years proving what I always knew. That they're cursed. Damned. They're your children. They're not, they are. Naruto's voice was iron. Blood or not. Curse or not. They're the people you raised. And you spent 1,000 years hunting them instead of loving them. That's not justice, Michael. That's not duty. That's a man who can't admit he failed and decided to destroy the evidence. Michael flinched. Actually flinched, like Naruto had struck him. You have 2 choices, Naruto continued. Walk away. Forever. Leave this city, leave your children, leave this crusade behind. Find something else to be. 1,000 years is enough time for revenge, even you must be tired. And the second choice? I end it myself. Right now. Not because your children want you dead, though some of them do. But because you've proven tonight that you'll keep escalating. Keep finding new weapons. Keep endangering people I care about. Naruto tightened his grip slightly. Choose. Michael stared at him. The hatred was still there, still burning, maybe eternal. But beneath it, the calculation. The survival instinct that had kept him alive for a millennium. You can't kill me, Michael said. I'm original. Only white oak, I dissolved 1,000-year-old witch's immortality with a touch. I stripped 5 dark objects from your body in seconds. Do you really want to test whether I can end an original? Michael's mouth worked. No sound. Walk away, Michael. A long, agonizing silence. The damaged rooftop creaked beneath them. Somewhere below, sirens wailed, human authorities responding to the sounds of the fight. If I walk away, Michael said, and his voice was rough. Scraped raw. Will they? He stopped. Started again with visible effort. Will they be? He couldn't finish. Couldn't ask. But Naruto heard the question beneath, will they be okay? My children? Yes, Naruto said. I'll make sure of it. Michael closed his eyes. Something moved across his face, too fast to catch, too old to name. Then he opened them, and they were empty. Decided. I'm tired, he said. The 2 words contained more honest emotion than anything Naruto had ever heard from him. I'm very tired. Naruto released his throat. Stepped back. Michael straightened. Slowly. Like a man carrying immense weight. He didn't look at the 3 women who'd gathered at the rooftop's edges, watching, ready, but not intervening. He didn't look back at Naruto. He walked to the edge of the roof. Looked out over New Orleans, the city he'd come to destroy, now stretching before him in lights and life. Tell me, Klaus, he started. Stopped. Shook his head. No. Never mind. He jumped. Not attacking, leaving. His form disappearing into the dark, moving north, moving away. His signature fading with distance until Naruto couldn't feel him anymore. Gone. Maybe forever. Maybe not. But gone for now, and going willingly. Not retreating. Choosing. Sage appeared at Naruto's side. That was unexpected. Which part? The part where you offered the mass-murdering vampire hunter a redemption arc instead of ripping his head off. Naruto shrugged. Everyone deserves a chance to change. Even the worst of us. You really believe that? I've lived 2 lives. In both of them, the people I hated the most ended up being the ones I understood the best. He thought of old enemies. Of a boy named Sasuke. Of a fox called Kurama. Of hatred that became understanding that became love. Change is possible. Always. And if he comes back? Rebekah's voice. She'd come to stand on his other side, her expression complicated. That was her father, after all. However monstrous, however cruel. Her father. Then I'll deal with it. Naruto looked at her. Are you okay? No. She swallowed. Yes. I don't know. She pressed her hand to her chest, over her heart. He asked about us. At the end. Whether we'd be okay. I heard. He's never asked that before. Not once. Not in 1,000 years. Her eyes were bright. Maybe you're right. About change. Maybe. They stood on the damaged rooftop together, the 4 of them, surrounded by rubble and the aftermath of violence. Below them, New Orleans continued its eternal pulse. Above them, stars emerged through the fading clouds. Klaus found out about Michael 3 hours later. Naruto was expecting rage. Expecting the explosion, the demand to know why Naruto hadn't killed Michael when he had the chance. The accusation of weakness. The fury at letting an enemy walk away. What he got was silence. Klaus stood in the compound courtyard, Hope asleep in her crib upstairs. Naruto could feel the child's peaceful energy even from down here, and listened to the full account without interrupting. His face cycled through emotions like a dial being spun: fury, confusion, something painful, fury again. When Naruto finished, Klaus said nothing for a very long time. Then, he asked about us. Yes. He's never. Klaus stopped. Pressed his fingers to his temples. What does that mean? It means he's a man who spent 1,000 years refusing to feel what he felt, and tonight, for one moment, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Naruto sat on the courtyard's stone bench. It doesn't excuse what he's done. Doesn't undo the pain. But it's something. Something. Klaus's laugh was hollow. Something. My father, who has hunted me across continents, who has tried to murder me more times than I can count, has something. You don't have to forgive him. You don't have to feel anything about it. I'm just telling you what happened. Klaus paced. 3 steps one way. 3 steps back. His hands opening and closing at his sides, the physical manifestation of internal war. You let him go, Klaus said finally. I did. Why? Because killing him would have been easy. And the easy choice isn't always the right one. Klaus turned on him. That's not philosophy. That's naivete. He's a threat. An eternal, tireless, obsessive threat. And you let him walk, Klaus. Naruto's voice was quiet, but it stopped the hybrid mid-tirade. He was broken tonight. Not by me, by himself. By what he'd done to himself with those dark objects. By 1,000 years of hate finally reaching the point where it had to consume everything or burn out. He was exhausted. And for one moment, he was honest. And if that moment passes? If tomorrow he's the same monster, then I'll kill him. Simply. Directly. No hesitation. But I'm going to give him the chance. The same chance I've given everyone else. Klaus stared at him. The war still raged behind his eyes, but something else was there too. Something that looked at Naruto and saw something impossible. How? Klaus asked. Not about Michael. About all of it. His voice cracked slightly. How do you do this? Carry all this, power, responsibility, hope, without becoming what the rest of us became? How are you still? He gestured at Naruto helplessly. This? After 1,000 years? Because I remember what I'm fighting for, Naruto said. Not against. For. Klaus was quiet. And because of the people around me, Naruto continued. Rebekah. Sage. Freya. You. He met Klaus's eyes. You keep me honest, Klaus. All of you. Even when you're being impossible. I'm not. You're extremely impossible. You're the most difficult person I've ever known, and I've known some profoundly difficult people. Naruto smiled. But you're also my friend. Whether you'll admit it or not. Klaus's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. I'm not your friend, he said. But it came out wrong, too soft, too unsure. The denial of a man who didn't know how to accept what was being offered. Sure, Klaus. I'm not. I'm your, he searched for the word. Your rival. Your equal. You're my friend. Klaus made a frustrated sound. Threw his hands up. Turned away and paced to the other side of the courtyard. Paced back. Fine, he said. Like it was the hardest word in any language. Fine. Friend. He pointed at Naruto. Don't ever repeat that to anyone. Your sister already knows. Which one? All of them. Klaus groaned, an actual, human sound of exasperation, and dropped into the chair opposite Naruto. He pulled a flask from his jacket and drank directly from it. Offered it across. Naruto took it. Drank. Passed it back. They sat in the compound courtyard as midnight settled over New Orleans, two immortals, a flask between them, the weight of 1,000 years shared. What now? Klaus asked eventually. Now? We live. We protect this city, this family, the people who depend on us. We deal with the hollow, slowly, carefully. We build something worth defending. That's very optimistic. I'm an optimistic person. You're a lunatic. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Klaus drank again. Leaned back in his chair. Looked up at the stars through the courtyard's open ceiling. 1,000 years, he murmured. 1,000 years of running and fighting and fearing. And now, he gestured at the compound around them. Quiet. Peaceful. His daughter sleeping safely above. His siblings alive and free. An enemy walked away instead of killed. A city not at war. Now this. Does it feel strange? It feels terrifying. Good. Fear means you have something worth losing. Klaus looked at him, really looked. That complex expression one more time. And then, slowly, something unfamiliar happened. Klaus Mikaelson smiled. Not a smirk. Not a threat. Not a performance. A genuine, small, surprised smile, like a muscle remembering emotion it hadn't made in centuries. Don't let me ruin it, Klaus said quietly. Whatever this is, whatever you've built. When my nature takes over, when I inevitably do something monstrous and self-destructive, don't let me ruin it. I won't. Promise me. Naruto met his eyes. Saw the fear there, the real fear. Not of enemies or death or loss. The fear of himself. Of what he knew he was capable of. Of the cycle he'd repeated for a millennium, build, destroy, regret, repeat. I promise, Naruto said. I'll be here. Every time. As many times as it takes. Klaus nodded. Once. The smile faded, but the thing beneath it remained. An understanding. A compact. Something built not on blood or magic or oaths but on something rarer. Choice. The next morning dawned clear and warm, late spring in New Orleans, the air thick with humidity and the smell of jasmine from 100 hidden gardens. Naruto stood on his rooftop, his thinking place, his center, and felt the city around him. Not with his senses this time. Just felt it. The hum of life. The pulse of the supernatural community finding its new rhythm. The steady heartbeat of the ley lines. The quiet, patient presence of the hollow, dreaming beneath the streets. His phone buzzed. A group message. Rebekah had created a thread with Sage and Freya. Named it, The Loyal Ones, with what he could only assume was deliberate irony. Rebekah, brunch. Willa Jean. 11 a.m. I'm not asking. Sage, I'm already here. Got a table. Freya, does brunch count as research if I bring my notes? Rebekah, no notes. It's brunch not a briefing. Freya, fine. But I'm ordering extra coffee. Sage, order for Naruto too. He'll be late. Naruto smiled at his phone. Typed, I'm never late. 3 responses, simultaneously, you're always late." He laughed. The sound echoed off the rooftop, off the brick walls, into the morning air. Full and unrestrained and alive. Below his feet, the hollow stirred gently in its sleep, not pushing, not fighting. Dreaming. And in its dreams, something new, not hunger but curiosity. Not consumption but wonder. A seed planted in ancient soil, growing slowly in the warmth that radiated from above. Miles away in the bayou, Haley Marshall watched her daughter take her first steps across a blanket, unsteady, determined, radiant with the magical potential that would never be stolen or exploited or used. Safe. Free. Choosing. In the compound, Klaus Mikaelson stood before a canvas, his first painting in weeks. Not a storm. Not a battle. Not the melancholy seas that Naruto had teased him about. A sunrise. Golden light breaking over water. Hope. He didn't know why he was painting it. He painted it anyway. And across the city, in a restaurant on Magazine Street, 3 women gathered at a table by the window. Rebekah told a story about Vienna in 1795 that made Sage choke on her mimosa. Freya asked clarifying questions about historical architecture that were definitely research-adjacent, but nobody called her on it. The 4th chair sat empty, waiting. They'd saved him a seat. They'd always save him a seat. Naruto pocketed his phone, stretched in the morning sun, and headed for the stairs. The loft, which had been bare and temporary when he arrived 3 weeks ago, had become something else. Sage's herbs on the windowsill. Rebekah's throw blanket on the couch she'd bought him. Freya's books on the shelf near the door, left behind after late-night research sessions and never reclaimed. Small marks. Accumulations. A home. He locked the door behind him, a human gesture, unnecessary for a being who could level buildings. But the normalcy of it mattered. The choice to live in the world rather than above it. The street outside was busy, Saturday morning in the warehouse district, joggers and dog walkers and families heading to the farmers' market. Naruto walked among them, unremarkable, unrecognized. A man in a jacket with golden hair, heading to brunch. Beneath the city, ancient magic held. Above it, new bonds strengthened. And everywhere between, in the streets and gardens and cemeteries and jazz bars, New Orleans lived. Persistent. Irrepressible. Changed, quietly and irrevocably, by the presence of something in its midst that looked like a man but was more. Something that had lived twice. Something that carried within it the sum of 2 lifetimes' worth of truth, that power meant nothing without people. That strength was worthless without love. That 1,000 years could be redeemed in a single moment of choosing differently. That loyalty, real loyalty, was never demanded. It was earned. Moment by moment. Day by day. Choice by choice. Naruto rounded the corner onto Magazine Street and saw the restaurant ahead, saw through the window 3 women laughing, a seat waiting, a future unwritten. He walked toward it. Not running. Not fighting. Not saving the world. Just arriving. Home. The way he always should have been.